Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry, episode 6. What happened to Bixby? Bixby? Bingby? I don't know. It's whatever the app is on Android phones. Because now it's this other app. Right left accidentally. Anyways, Bixby, right? Bixby? I don't know. But yeah, we're live. Originally, I don't know. The schedule is what it is. It's just, we'll stream when we stream. It's not like we have to fix it right now, it'd just be nice to have it fixed right now. Also, what? What is this? Huh? Oh. Oh, good job, Steam. Didn't realize my activity shows what I buy. I gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Total War 3 Kingdoms? Oh, okay. Interesting. Didn't realize it works like that. That's cool. Still haven't fixed the BTTV FFC, but that's fine. So let me check something. Oh right, stream mode. That's gotta be fixed. So as we talk, I dropped frames already? Excuse me. Also, right, the OP in the last in the beginning of episode 6, it got muted. Why? Episode 5 didn't get muted. I don't think any of the tracks so far in Umineko have been muted, except for last stream. That's weird. It's a little weird, champ. Makes me wonder if I should. No, I mean, because I think it happened with Higurashi as well, probably. If we're muted, we're muted. I guess it's fine. It's just weird. But anyways, man. It's just problems, but I guess, we can't fix it, but, it's fine. Go talk to your fellow legislators, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, we're up to, how many impossibles? 334? Okay, it does increase. Cool. 334 impossibles. Let's go ahead and start this. What was the last thing that happened? The first Twilight hasn't happened. I think the cousins just went to the guest house. The adults are gonna discuss the inheritance. I'm guessing they're not gonna solve the riddle this time. Unless they solve it later, and then they get the letter telling them to solve it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Oh right, and the Beatrices met each other. The two Beatrices changed their forms into two gold butterflies, flitting silently into the depths of the shadowy mansion. Back then I was, and I guess I still am, a bit of a klutz. I always forget where I'd put things, or think I'd locked something up when I'd actually forgotten. Caused a lot of trouble. Ha 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 ha. I remember how Aunt Otzi used to get mad at you all the time. But eventually, Shannon managed to overcome all that forgetfulness. Oh, how'd you do that? Hehehe. It wasn't anything big, but I got into the habit of writing things down. I'd write down wherever I put something important. For things that happen often, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it. So, did you see Beatrice, or didn't you? Oh, I didn't see her directly. But, well, some very strange things did happen. She was talking about a certain summer night. Shannon had been doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just the story of a little summer's night prank. So in this world, Beatrice didn't show up to Shannon and tell her to smash the mirror? Little sister, do you understand the anti-magic toxin that humans possess? No. What is it, One-sama? Well, the time of witches is long since past. Those vile humans who claim to rule over everything came to deny our existence and possess a powerful toxin. Is that toxin harmful to us? It is extremely dangerous. If we were exposed to it, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. However, one thing we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak. Because of that, the toxin does not affect us greatly. At worst, it can only transform us into a mist for a time. However, we'd rather avoid it if we can. We'd rather avoid it if we can, right? Correct. Yes, I see that you are indeed me. You catch on quickly. Am I imagining Azula's voice for Beatrice? I think so. Grey Delisle. The older sister appeared to be haughty at first, but perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. I think she changed her name though. But I knew her as Grey Delisle. The first thing she taught was that they were witches, a different type of being than humans. Beato had thought her inability to use magic meant she wasn't a witch, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. And she learned that witches, like her, were bound by various limitations, unlike humans. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans. So in other words, we mustn't enter a human's field of vision? Correct. You can think of it as though human eyes radiate the toxin. If they see you, it is the same as your body being burnt. And though the effect is weaker, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin. So even just getting close to humans is dangerous to us? Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin? If we stock up magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, that toxin can be reduced drastically. In other words, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we can make them lose their toxin, making it possible for us to appear before them once more. I see. Simply put, as we are now, we can only exist when humans aren't around. We are still very lacking in magical power, which makes us inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows. My nose is stuffy. The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. The powerful Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherine's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive. To think that a witch could appear openly before humans and use magic at will. A witch like that would be so great that even I can hardly imagine it. Is that what we will eventually become? Yes, she was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before the humans of the mansion and summoning magic and underlings at will. How inspiring. If that is our future, it means that all of our hard work will have been worth the effort. That's right. Anyway, One-sama, how is that goal connected to going around unlocking windows like this? It was the middle of the night. They were following behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and windows, and undoing those locks after the servants thought they had been set. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch. This is the path that leads to becoming a great witch. All journeys begin with a single step. To those who cannot understand, that first step may look quite foolish from time to time. However, it is still a momentous first step. With pride, as though making the first step for mankind on the surface of the moon, the older sister undid the lock on a window with a click. Do you not understand, little sister? Can you not see why a little thing like this is so momentous? No, One-sama? I don't really understand. The elder sister closed her eyes lightly, smiled, and opened the unlocked window a crack. Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter. Let us put it in the toxin-filled words of a human. We are not supposed to exist on this island. I shall go further. Right now, there is no one in this corridor, and yet the lock has been undone, and the window is open. Can you see how great a miracle, a work of magic, a proof of our existence that is? Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze. I do understand. It's nice and cool. The coolness, the softness of the breeze, and the feel of the fluttering curtain touching your hair. All these things show that we truly are here. So, by unlocking the windows like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist. And that is why I unlocked it. Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows and vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. In fact, one time, she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware in an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble which scared the servants considerably. It was a complete success. She'd really managed to scare the servants and had succeeded in making them acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic's toxin. However, she usually chose to make her presence known by unlocking windows. The act of unlocking symbolized her release from the limitations imposed by the human's toxin. One day, we will become a single witch and rule over all of Rakanjima. When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please. We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappear whenever we want, laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask things of us from time to time. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures who cannot appear before anyone to look forward to. Right now, they are little more than pranks. However, as they pile up, proof that we exist will begin to gather. The servants already call me the witch, Beatrice, master of the night, and are beginning to believe in me bit by bit. The more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin. I see. So this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin, and that's because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am, without any doubts. I finally realized that, though I thought of him to be cold, Father does possess a kindness that can't be seen. I'd like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon. Indeed. Eventually we will be able to appear openly in front of anyone. By doing that repeatedly, we shall make people believe in us even more, and eventually, we shall display even our magic for all to see. At that time, we shall descend upon Rakanjima as the great witch you told me of. Ah ha 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 ha. The logic of the witch side is quite interesting. It keeps me entertained. It does sound credible in a way. When humans are frightened to hear that they've entered a ghost hotspot, they're likely to start yelling, "Ghost! Ghost!" at the drop of a hat. That's right. At a fundamental level, all phenomena are neutral, indifferent, and dull. Hold on. No? That's not it? Damn it. How do you use... What is it? Oh, it's all lowercase. Oh, well. Except for the Z. Gotcha. Ghost. And dull. If you want them to be viewed in a certain way, you must first create a suitable environment. If a person has charisma, people interpret what they do in a positive way, even when they screw up. I see. I guess in that sense, the Beto's small efforts aren't misguided. If it was just the mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up or that it was some kind of prank. However, the rumors of a witch wandering about the mansion night after night slowly began to take shape as the existence of the witch. An environment was established so that if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of the witch. I get it. If you follow that reasoning to an extreme, then what you get is no different from a witch existing in the mansion at night. After the Beotos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, They enjoyed the coldness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again. Maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of those possibilities could be denied, it was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy the night breeze. Oh, the result without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred. Humans who can't grasp anything more than a single possibility are unable to imagine anything. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it was a witch's prank. When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we have just seen is etched into the fragment as a fact. That's one of the foundations of magic, embellishing the process. It's just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. If you doubt it, it'll be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, that magic will become the truth. Not all magic is bad. Rio Nachon was right. Good magic exists too. It may be necessary for a child of man to possess the power to repel evil magic. However, refusing to burn away and defile love-filled magic is part of how love in the human world works. Well, good magic is the only kind I can forgive. For all other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away. A typical answer for a child of man. Getting back to the point, knowing this much, I guess this means that the ghost Beatrice, who is called the ruler of Rakanjima's night, doesn't really exist. It's nothing more than a general term for any inexplicable occurrences that take place in the mansion after dark. In other words, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon. If anything bizarre happens, it all becomes the work of the Golden Witch. That environment in which a witch could exist is what Beatrice is. I'm imagining the meme where the guy is riding a bicycle and then he takes a stick, put it to the front wheel, and then falls. And I'm imagining he's saying, Beatrice, fucking Beatrice. It keeps building on itself until we reach 1986. This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind. And the person hiding behind it is, without a doubt, a human. Perhaps that holds true at this point in the witch's tale of the past. However, I doubt you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986, don't you? Ridiculous. Wasn't that obviously because someone forgot to lock up? Well, you may say that, but this isn't just something that happened once or twice. Now I'm also imagining a movie. I don't think I could say the movie because that would be spoilers for it. But it's very similar. It's a Tim Burton movie, if that helps narrow it down. In other words, you're a klutz, a fool, and a moron of a servant who forgot to check not just once or twice, but many times over. Shannon isn't the only one. That same window was always opened, even when other servants did the rounds. Yeah, Mom even asked me if I'd ever left a window open in the hall at night. It had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh. I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon. Ooh. It is a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window. And that time when the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen with a creepy magic circle scribbled there, sounds even more freaky. Yes, they said it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood. Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen. About the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen. Who witnessed that? It wasn't me. I think I heard about it from a servant kid who quit. I wasn't on duty that day. So it's basically like this. Just like those exaggerated stories you hear about haunted locations all over the world, you servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the nighttime mansion, right? You talk as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief. So, all the eerie things that are supposedly done by Beatrice are baseless rumors? Which are either the result of coincidence and accident, or something that someone fabricated for fun? Is that what you're trying to say? Exactly. Of course, there's no way Beatrice exists. Okay. Ooh, Beatrice exists. I'm glad you understand so well, Battler-san. There's probably some person by that name, or else multiple persons of a fixed or unfixed number who do things and attribute it to that name. However, this delusion of a golden witch Beatrice that we're all thinking of is completely impossible. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Beatrice exists. I've met her. Oh, could you tell me about that in detail? You met Beatrice? And did she show you magic or something? Ooh, I see her all the time, every time I come to Rakanjima, and she always shows me fun magic. Denying the existence of the witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erica, who didn't know this trick to avoiding Maria's fury, plunged into it head-on. But no matter how Maria tried to sell the idea of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erica in an argument. George and Jessica hurriedly tried to calm Maria down, but there could be no quelling her anger at this point. Good. So, she showed you magic. Could you explain in detail what kind of magic? She would always use magic to give me candy as a present. Beato can create candy with magic. She just took it out of her pocket, didn't she? No, she didn't. It was magic. It was incredible. Tons of candies poured out of an empty cup. Wow, that's some awesome magic. That's right, that really would be magic. Yeah, it was magic. It really was empty. I checked inside it myself. Huh? What do you mean you checked inside it? Give it a rest, Hector-san. She's just a kid. Come to think of it, Erika-sama, would you like some more tea? Yeah. No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. You outsiders can stay out of this. You'll have to tell me in more detail, Maria-san. What do you mean when you say that you checked inside it? Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and emptied. Come on, be my guest and reenact what happened then, okay? Let's see it, if you would. Let's see it. After holding the cup of black tea, which she had just overturned and was still dripping upside down over the table, Erica slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erica's eyes glowed repulsively, like those of a snake about to snap up a frog. Those eyes were ice cold and had a madness in them that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably, in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. The look on her face was frightening, not at all what you'd expect from a 9-year-old girl. Stop it, both of you. Ooh, okay. Beatrice took the empty cup, and then she did this. She put it upside down on the table. Yeah, and then what? Did she lift it up right away and candies flowed out? Incredible. That really would be magic, right? It would be. Battler and the others tried to get between the two and calm them down, but it was no use. They violently pushed aside the others, and, glaring at each other from so close that their foreheads banged together, they repeatedly slammed the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of their foreheads banging together and the cup being slapped down shattered the barrier between reality and illusion. Oh. Okay. It is magic. It is magic. Beato used magic to make candies appear. Then why don't you reproduce it for us? Founder of Mariage Societe, Maria, the Witch of Origins. Lady Erica, this opponent is not worth your time. This battle is not worth fighting. Shut up, murder doll. Okay, how do you claim that the overturned cup was filled with candies? Just turning the cup over won't make candies come out, because you have to use magic. Beato can use magic because she's a witch. Oh yes, magic. She used magic. How did she use magic? Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out? Giggle. No, that can't be it, right? Beato's a witch, so she uses magic. Magic happens when you say an incantation and cause a miracle. You can't use the magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation. But I mean, in Harry Potter, you can do it without the incantation. Oh, sure, understood. Good, good, very good. Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on, what kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind? Come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candies. Try and picture such a wonder. Oh, and then what? Look, the inside of the cup is filled with candy. Maria grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked, and slowly lifted it up. Then, from the inside, several cute candies poured out. Maria looked at Erica with a full smile, as if to say, that showed you. Good. And this is what you'd like to call Beatrice's magic, is it? Lanner beat her to death. Just No, I said beat her to death, not shoot her. As you wish. I won't let anyone deny Beato's magic, because magic is magic. Magic is impossible. You might be telling a lie about something that never happened. Repetition demanded. Failure to respond will be a violation of Noxus 7th. Ahahaha, I'll respond. This is the truth. This is a story of something that really happened. This wouldn't have anything to do with the trick in the actual cup or table, making this just a sleight of hand, right? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it? Hidden devices and tricks are in violation of Noxus 3rd. However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Noxus 8th. Noxus 3rd prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that point towards the existence of said devices, Noxus 8th allows them to be used. There were no tricks like that. It was just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup. So it was magic, not sleight of hand. Understood. By Noxus 9th, we acknowledge that Lady Maria witnessed magic. Ha 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 ha. That's right, with the 9th at least. Observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions. Otherwise, mysteries where the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written, I saw a woman, would all be disqualified. Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want. All truths are nothing more than claims, so I'll make a different claim and see straight through yours to the truth. That's the detective's duty, and where we shine the most. There's nothing to see through. This is magic. Since it is magic, only witches can use it, right? That's right, only witches can use it. So, if a human like me could use it too, that would mean it isn't magic, right? You can't use it. Only Beato can use magic. Good. Then why don't I show you? I'll make candy appear from out of this empty cup. If you think you can, just try. Impossible, impossible, useless, useless. There's no way a human can do it. Then please, 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 just relax and watch. Here we have an empty cup. Is that okay? It is, isn't it? Then we turn it over on the table like this. Let it be known that this fight has no purpose. Okay, can you say the incantation for creating candies? In fact, why don't we say it together? Come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candy. Try and picture such a wonder. Stop! Maria-san, why did you close your eyes when you said the incantation? Why not witness the miracle of magic? Humans are polluted by the anti-magic toxin. If the lowly humans saw it, the miracle of magic will be wiped out of existence. That's why the rules say that lowly humans have to close their eyes when using magic. I see. Okay. I understand the protocol for humans to follow when magic's being used. In other words, not once have you ever witnessed the moment that magic happened. Isn't that right? Look, it's done now. Please, try and lift up the cup, okay? After all, I've used magic to make candies appear. There's no way someone who makes fun of witches could use candy magic. Then if it actually does work, it'd be pretty amazing, huh? After glaring at Erica with the utmost malice, Maria slowly stretched her hand out towards the overturned cup. There was no way that Erica, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way that there'd be candy there. So, how does it look inside? And there lay a single candy with a cute wrapper. See? This is magic, right? Erica smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose to Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use the same magic as Beata. Erica. You can use magic too? See? It's magic, isn't it? What I did there? Yeah. So in other words, Erica smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding. Of course it isn't. Okay. While you had your eyes closed, I just lifted the cup up and tossed the candy out. You call that magic? It's just a third-rate trick. Yaha! There's my blue truth as a detective. Now as the wit of truth, here's my red truth. So-called candy magic is nothing more than a sleight of hand. Just a sleight of hand that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic. I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a stupid parlor trick? Any magic related by your perspective can't be trusted at all. Everything you ever thought was magic. Everything you ever thought was magic was just a trick that you didn't get. There's no way that was magic. There's no way magic exists. Face left. Huh? It might have been sleight of hand when you put candy in this cup, but that doesn't prove that Beata's magic was also sleight of hand. Who do you? However, you also can't prove that only magic could have done it. You rotten stuffed animal! Just that blue. Please, allow me to speak. Know that this was a meaningless battle. You goddamn scraps of paper. Why'd you have to butt in at the good part? That is enough. Lady Maria has been shown that the candy cup magic could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic. Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed. However, it might really have been magic when Maria saw it. Just because it can be done by sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic. Well done, Lady Erica. Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's illusion of the witch. An illusion of the witch occurs when someone tries to force the acknowledgement of magic by claiming that a thing would be impossible without it. It's how witches launch an attack. If someone's able to successfully argue back and show that it would be possible without magic, the illusion of the witch is defeated, and the witch must retreat. The magic Maria claimed to have seen could have been a trick, so it was unqualified to be acknowledged as magic. However, that was only the result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying Beatrice, the witch, and the magic that Maria believed in. However, battles always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erica had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and magic she believed in, crushing it without a fragment of compassion. Just one more step and I'd have been able to take a heart as innocent as smooth sand just after a wave has pulled back, and tear it to bits. What a shame. This isn't any fun anymore. Are you satisfied now? Ouch. Ow, 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 ow. Erica grumpily punched Lander's arm that had been restraining her. However, that cold, hard, marble-like arm just made Erica's hand hurt. Diplomatic immunity! This battle is over. Diplomatic immunity? Allow me to speak. Diplomatic immunity accepted. Know that this fight is childish. Did you say something? She did not. Let us withdraw. Lady Maria is no enemy of yours, Lady Erica. There is no need to pay any attention to small fries such as this. Humph. You're right. How childish of me, tearing a kid's dreams apart. I'm really sorry, okay? I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance. Giggle, giggle. Let's go. Erica and the others turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives in famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erica clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around. Oh, that's right. What do you think? Simply by the existence of the overturned cup, this level of reasoning was possible for Furuto Erica. What do you think, everyone? Erica's merciless words gouged themselves into Maria's heart once more. Cackle, 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 cackle. Ha 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 ha. Erica left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakutaro, Lana left too. Gertrude and Cordelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakutaro were left in the lonely Golden Lamb. Uryu. Beato is a witch. Uryu. Beato is a witch. Sorry, I'm distracted. Real quick. It was magic. It was magic. It was magic. Beato used magic to give you candy. You don't need to doubt that. Uryu. Please, believe in Beato. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe. Surrounded by an ice-cold drizzle that had started falling at some point. Maria cried quietly. Trying to at least protect her from the rain, Sakutaro used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head. And stayed there by her side. Man, what is it with episode 6 making me almost cry? Episode 6 of each series. Although Higurashi got me more, but this was close. Okay, let's go, Maria. Let's play cards together in the room upstairs. Erica-san, as an adult, I can't say I was very impressed by that conversation just now. My apologies. I'm still just a kid after all. Hey. After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erica, Maria had been crying non-stop. Sigh. Started noticing it as soon as the after-dinner quiz party. But your personality really is screwed up. Do you think this is fun? Do you like tearing a little kid's dreams apart? Please stop, Butler-sama. Please, for my sake, don't push any further here. Please. Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George didn't want Shannon pressured to fall in line. Let's go. Let's spend this year in the cousin room again. We can watch TV and play cards. I've heard that Erica-san has her own room. Shannon, please guide her there. Oh, no need to bother yet. I'll relax down here for a little while longer. I want to savor it a bit. What the hell are you trying to savor? Humph. Battler and the others could no longer hide their irritation. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guests any further than this. Erica herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erica wanted to stay. Neither had any desire to stop the other. Jessica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Then Maria stopped and spun around. Got a problem? They do exist here and there. Humans are practically lumps of the toxin and don't believe in magic. There were lots of boys like you in my class. They don't believe in witches or magic or miracles or happiness. You can't become a witch if you let the toxin of people like that burn you to ashes. I may not look it, but I'm Beatrice's disciple. I'm the apprentice witch of origins. I wonder if they kill Eric. No, they can't kill Erica, because how would Erica win? Maria, who had been crying quietly a second ago, seemed to have been transformed into an entirely different person. Also, hold on. Okay. Maria, who had been crying quietly a second ago, seemed to have been transformed to an entirely different person. She laughed, cackled eerily. Battler's group stiffened up at the sudden change, but Erica was watching calmly. And then she smiled and gave a small nod in response. Good. Got some guts. Good night, Miss Maria. Let's fight in a more challenging game next time. Sure, let's. It's a promise. You stop that too, Maria. Come on, let's go. What about you, Shen-chan? Come with us if you want, to play cards. Come on, join us for at least one round. It'll cheer you up. Then just for a bit. Shannon couldn't remain in this suffocating lounge any longer either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erica was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped a glass with her finger. There was a light chink, a surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erica wore a thin smile, as though pleased. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just in the bath. Oh, where is everyone? You just missed them. They went up to the second floor. I'm the one who called you here. I've heard that you know a lot about the story of Kishima and the tale of the Witch of the Forest. Yes, well, it is a trivial story, but I don't mind in the slightest if it's trivial. Would you like a drink to follow your bath? Even I like to be helpful every now and then. Erica stood up, opened the refrigerator behind the counter, and put ice into the ice pail. What's the angle this time? Also, do we take a break in 40 minutes instead of an hour and 20? Probably. Actually, do we? Wait. Oh, the arbor. No, it's George and Shannon. What time do we stop? I'm gonna say 1. So we'll stop in an hour and 40. Yeah, that works. Erica-chan, huh? She's not a kid. Somehow I just can't seem to get along well with the young kids these days. Giggle. You're still pretty young yourself, George-san. Guess it's because I've always been the oldest of the cousins. It's always made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore. George and Shannon could be seen staying in the rainy rose garden. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. The scant protection provided by the arbor was more than enough to house this secret meeting between lovers. Following that fight with Erica, they had decided to play some cards for a change of pace. When that was over, Shannon had returned to the servant room, and shortly after that, George had left his room to meet with Shannon at the time they had arranged. I think kids around Erica-san's age have a hard time getting along with themselves, more so than any other age. Yeah, that's true. Around that age, most kids are so determined to free themselves from the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks. When they do break out, they'll finally be free to stretch their wings and fly high. I was like that too. My old self, still trapped inside that shell, was a weak, deplorable person who I couldn't really respect. That's not true. No, it's okay. I realized it myself. Back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless person. And it wasn't just with the cousins. At home, at school, I was like that everywhere. I hated being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father. But in the end, you did break out of that shell, George-sama. Every time I've met you these past few years, you've grown beyond recognition. Thank you. Did something cause you to make up your mind? To break out of my shell? Yes. Can't imagine that you grew so rapidly like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon by just wandering around aimlessly. I thought there must have been some turning point that made you become so determined. I fell in love with you and grew thanks to the power of love. That's what I've told you so far. But the truth is, the turning point was a much more negative emotion. No way. It's hard to believe that someone who's always as bright and cheerful as you could have negative emotions. Dark side of George. Well, my parents brought me up to treat women with care. I thought that I'd managed to live my life that way. Yes, I think you're wonderful, a real gentleman. But I'm not, actually. I didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex. I had deified them excessively, and though I always behaved in a gentlemanly, ladies first kind of way, I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls. Of course, George had wanted to be around girls as much as any healthy boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them. He wanted to act like a gentleman, to avoid being disliked by them, treating them with care. With those feelings, only the words "treat women with care" took precedence, blossoming into a subconscious fear of women. You might call a man like that gentlemanly, or a late bloomer. Ridiculous. I was just a coward. Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a girlfriend if I was so gentlemanly. And I eventually came to the conclusion that all the women in the world had no taste, and started to hate all of them, selfishly. He's an incel? That's what a truly pathetic man looks like. Or a nice guy. I guess nice guy. Incel's too much, right? How many years ago was it when I noticed? Probably when I was in middle school. At the time, I assumed that I was obviously the most gentlemanly of the cousins, so I'd obviously be popular with women. However, reality was very different. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was a typical bullied kid who got pushed around by everyone. At the time, I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. Sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. However, not only was there no one who would become my girlfriend, there weren't even any girls I could call friends. Of course, I was a man who always stepped back for the sake of ladies first. Who would ever want to follow behind such a negative, unmotivated man? It's funny. Didn't even realize this and was convinced that I was an attractive guy. I could sort of understand how you felt. Just because someone puts in a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex doesn't necessarily work out as they plan. Oh? Has that happened to you too, Shannon? Of course. One time, I wanted to catch a boy's eye so much I tried to put on makeup even though I didn't know how and embarrassed myself. I remember a lot of embarrassing failures. The person that made me finally get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon. No, it was both of you. What was the turning point for you, George-san? Envy, probably. Envy? That's unexpected. But envy over what? I saw you and Battler-kun having a really good time talking. that made me envious. Me and Battler-sama? Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious. It probably seemed trivial to you two. However, it still made me envious. I don't want Battler to hear what I say next, no matter what. Can you promise me? Of course. It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. I want to hear your answer tonight. Only after I've told you about my bad sides as well. Okay. Let me hear it. With a smile but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Tonight. She knew what he was going to ask her tonight. George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question. And Shannon had the obligation to listen. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly. So this is what a witch of theater-going peeps in on during her spare time? Stories of love are precious in any age. I never tire of them. However, I do find that expression of virgin disgust on your face even more amusing. Virgin disgust. Featherine laughed quietly. Angie huffed and looked away. But she quickly realized that this would only entertain Featherine even more, so she tried to act unconcerned. Both Battler and Kuhn and Jessica-chan have always been spirited. No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the issue. Let me be frank. Hi, Frank. George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the ring clouds, and spoke. They were honest words, spoken simply from George's heart. For a long time back then, I thought of Battler-kun and Jessica-chan as bad-mannered kids. No, let me be even more blunt. I thought that even the way they talked was vulgar. It's true. I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that. I don't. People are allowed to think anything they want inside their hearts. In fact, I think you were all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside. Thanks. I secretly looked down on those two. I was so conceited that I truly thought I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them. I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. I truly believed that no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated girls as well as I did. I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me. Thought that Battler-kun and Jessica-chan, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar fashion, would never be able to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. I might have used that argument to distract myself when I still couldn't get one myself. I was a fool. They weren't inferior to me at all. I was the inferior one, with my deification of the opposite sex, and my fear, which I hid under the guise of ladies first. It's been Battler's and Jessica's personality from the beginning. True, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike. However, they did have the power to interact without worrying about gender. In fact, you might even call that their charm. I sort of understand. People like Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan can get along with anyone, whether that person's a boy or a girl. Hate to bring it up because of George Oni-chan, but I find people who act too overtly like a gentleman a bit creepy. It's like they're virgins trying too hard, or whatever. When dealing with strangers, people prefer for them to be harmless and boring. However, they only appreciate these qualities because such a person doesn't get in the way. No human will want to hang around with a boring person all the time. Of course, no idiot would want to be friends with an unmoving, unspeakable telephone pole. However, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you want from a telephone pole. That's it. Seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man no matter how superior he was, and that he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time. Back then, my conceit was at its peak, so when everyone gathered at the family conference, I believed that was the most attractive, and that all the servant girls who played with us loved having me there. On that day, I finally realized how pathetic I was. Did I say something inconsiderate then? No, it's the opposite. I didn't say anything at all. My conceited delusion that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed. Just when did it start? No, it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with conceit. One day, I suddenly realized it. All of you were getting along with Battler-kun and Jessica-chan far better than with me, playing around and having a good time. Yes, those two, whom I had looked down upon so much, were radiating far more charm than I was. It really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any you ever showed me. Sickening, isn't it? I just assumed that you liked me, and even had some childish fantasy that we might end up dating. I one-sidedly felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel hurt. I was such a pathetic man. That's when I finally realized how foolish I'd been. George-sama. After that, stuff happened and Battler-kun stopped coming to the family conferences, but I heard about him from time to time from Uncle Rudolph. He's a pretty funny guy, even though he got in fights with Battler-kun all the time. He always paid close attention to what his son was up to. That's true. He spoke to me about it as well. I think even Asumu-san was exasperated by it. She thought all his popularity with the girls at school and the unceasing trouble this caused must have been because of Rudolph-sama's blood. And Jessica-chan too. I hear she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, and that she was always right in the middle of things. When I talked with her myself, I could see that this was no exaggeration. This proved that the two I'd looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I was. First, I tried to imitate those two. It was pretty ridiculous. I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm they had. Giggle. You did that? It's a bit hard to picture. It was miserable. I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my life. In any event, I quickly realized that I could never become truly attractive by imitating them like that. The reason I had no charm was because of my cowardice. Under the pretense of respecting people and acting to fit in with the general atmosphere, I was always running away. I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and be reborn. I finally understood the shell I was in. I swore to break out of it. Every time my determination began to waver, I remember that day. That day I saw you two forget about me entirely and play around happily. And the fact that those eyes of yours, which I always assumed were attracted to me, never noticed me at all. I made an oath. This time, I wanted to be the one who caught your attention for real. The one reflected in your eyes. That's actually the first thing I felt when I fell in love with you. Sounds like it was pretty complicated for you. On that day, my desire for revenge against the two of you, who had ignored me and played together, no, against you alone, suddenly transformed into true love. However, I swear this to God, even though that was the reason I first started to take you seriously, there are no lies in the way I feel about you now. I swear to love you for all my life. I will not lie about that for anyone or anything. And I'm prepared to take you as my wife, even if it means having the entire world as my enemy. George-san. That's the confession I want to make to you beforehand. Before now, I've called you my first love at first sight. That was a lie. It was only my selfish, twisted... That doesn't matter. Shannon smiled, but she spoke forcefully enough to cut through George's words. Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love? Is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with? Love isn't that simple. Well, it might be simple. After all, love is easy. At all times, whatever you feel now, only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer. So things of the past, or how our relationship started, aren't important at all. Then, confessing to all that was wrong of me? Giggle. No. I'm a bit glad to learn that even George-san, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him. I'm kinda glad that I'm the only person you've told this to. Thank you. I was only able to become who I am because of you. Me too. I am as I am because of you, George-san. So please, tell me without holding back. What kind of husband and wife will we be? And what kind of future will we build together? When I have you as my wife, I will become an even more accomplished businessman than my father. After several challenges and adventures, I hope to find the limits of my potential. I want to reach that peak together with you. The view from there will be something no one can show you but me. It sounds fun. I'll be with you wherever you go. Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a businessman. I'd like to create many things that only a couple can make. Giggle. And what could that be? Let's have some kids. Giggle. Yes, my husband. I'd like 3 of them at the least. At least 1 boy and 1 girl. And what if all 3 are boys? Then the next one might be a girl. We can have a 4th one. Doesn't matter how many. Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together. And when those children eventually leave their nests, they'll make us some grandchildren. Before we know it, we'll reach a boisterous old age surrounded by a whole crowd of kids and grandchildren. Sounds like fun. I wonder, what kind of a grandpa you'll be. And I wonder what kind of a grandma you'll be. However, I'll always keep loving you. And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us, unmatched by anyone else's. George didn't just talk about his love of the present. He swore to love her soul until the final moment when the lid of their coffins would be shut. Then, George took a small box out of his pocket. Even without opening it, she knew what was inside. He took it out with emotion that was even more natural than the one he'd practiced in the airport bathroom, and it was overflowing with masculine charm. Saya. Yes? Let's get married. Yes. Please, take this ring and put it on your finger. Yes, George-san. That ring, which glistened divinely even in the dim light of the arbor, passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon had already decided which finger to put it on. I swear to resolutely stand against any fate that may attempt to stand in the way of our future. George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family the next day. My parents might criticize this marriage. However, I will not let them stop us. I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission. If Mother says that she won't allow our marriage, I plan to have myself disinherited, and we'll leave this family together. I've been prepared for that since long ago. I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future. George said it aloud. So Shannon said the same thing. Me too. I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future, George-san. Giggle. Battler-san, when will the crime start? I've just about had it with this love show. Be quiet and watch. Sure, fine. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by. Do you have no love? Are there any mystery novels that accept love as proof? No, there aren't. Erica laughed coldly and stared down at the two of them on the game board. Battler watched her quietly. Erica thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze, and she averted her eyes uncomfortably. I do understand, more or less. Love can at least become a motive for murder. I can interpret this scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement is somehow impeded. Then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion. Cackle, cackle, cackle. That's sad. So, you could never love a human without proof given to you by a witch. Please, put an end to this frivolous love talk. I'm your enemy, not a friend to whom you can talk about love just for the hell of it. I can't understand you at all right now. What on earth did you figure out? Weren't you and Beato always insulting and trying to kill each other? What kind of truth could you have reached to make you change your emotions regarding her? Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or anything like that, okay? Lady Erica, let us have him continue the game's progression. Boring love scenes such as this are best finished quickly. You've got a point there. Sorry for butting in. Come on, let's move on. I don't know. It's Shannon. I've come back. Indeed. The log for today has not yet been filled out. Yes. I'll do that right away. Canon-gun, thanks for keeping an eye out while I was gone. That was a pretty long break. Kennen had already noticed. There was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left hand. Then I will retire. Please, do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs. Good night, Genji-sama. Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. After that, only Shannon and Kennen remained. Thanks for giving me some time. I'll stay here for the rest, so you can go to sleep now. So, it's my turn next. Yeah. Sorry, but we aren't going to lose. And I won't lose either. Even though you've always been a coward and let Milady take the lead until now. Wasn't it you who taught me, Nesa? What did I teach you? The past is immaterial when it comes to love. The present is all that matters. If that's true, then I think my present is in no way inferior to yours, Nesan. Shannon and Kennen glared at each other with serious eyes. That period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled. Yeah, that's good. You and Milady have to give it your all. If you do end up together, make sure you build up a relationship wonderful enough that the rest of us could cheer you on with all our hearts. Well, you do have a huge lead on me. There's no helping that. That's what you get for your cowardice before now. I know. That is my sin. Shannon and Kennen fished around in their pockets and drew out two small things that glittered gold. They looked like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly. We are furniture. In order to become human and receive the miracle that allows us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again. To think that our brooch would actually prove useful. It's the only magic within our reach. It was the golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Shannon then gave it to Kennen, but he let his emotions get a hold of him and crushed it into pieces. So when the two wings they held were brought together, he would regain the form of a beautiful butterfly. Then I'll be back soon. After all, they have asked me to play cards with them. Yeah, good luck. I'm sure Milady will be happy. It's a bit embarrassing. Enjoy that feeling. Kennen left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica and tell her what he had determined to do. Shannon quietly watched him go. The fragment of the brooch and the engagement ring let off gold and silver glint. That takes me back. That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall. I always wondered if they lost it after Kennen stepped on it, but it seems they still had it the whole time. That's the golden butterfly brooch, isn't it? I read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Featherine-san's book. That had been the first time that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had interacted with a human and given them her power. Bit by bit, she had transformed from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night. By making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. And then it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. To Beato, who had been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun. That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch. Cackle, cackle. I was in quite a good mood. It is no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious. But it's wonderful. You brought a pair of future lovers together. Of course, I did not do it to pamper them. It was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that had repressed my magical powers. Thanks to that, I was able to regain much of my power all in one go. But then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. Those of the surrounding islands called it an evil omen. Oh, now that I think of it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice-sama's resurrection. Kumasawa had the rest of the night off, so she had let Erika talk her into drinking a bit, and was chatting about the legend of Akujikishima and Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. Erika would nod from time to time, but besides this, she listened in complete silence. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering information on the whiteboard inside her head. Then she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand. Wait a second. Yes? That shrine was built by a traveling Shugenja monk to seal up the evil spirits of Akujikishima. Isn't that right? Yes, that is correct. It was one who possessed a vast supernatural power. We placed that power within the mirror, and placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal the evil spirits. Something feels off about that. Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akujikishima also seal Beatrice? Well, that's, because a sacred mirror's spiritual power. I see. So it's this really inconvenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the east and witches from the west. Got it. I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now. What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs. According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akujikishima despise spiderwebs, so they were apparently used as wards against evil in the surrounding islands. In fact, spiders are a useful bug. There's nothing strange about the fact that island farmers had treasured them. It's very possible that they were then tied to the story of evil spirits and became known as charms against evil, leading to a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care through the generations. I think that was like back in episode 1. Maybe episode 2 with the spider bug, the spider web. That's just the legend of Akujikishima. The origins for the legend of the witch Beatrice came after Ushimiya Kinzo moved to this island, when rumors sprouted about the mysterious legend of the gold, as well as the witch mistress who gave it to him. In other words, the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the golden witch Beatrice were originally completely different things, and that the stories treat them like they're the same. Well, now, the evil spirits of Akujikishima couldn't stand spiderwebs, so neither could Beatrice. That sort of reasoning has been applied all over the place. When it was pointed out that this was strange, Kumasawa was lost for an answer. The doorknob to Kinzo-san's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against evil and Western sorcery. That's why the Western witch Beatrice can't touch it. I can understand that part. But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs. I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things witches can't stand. On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch? Well, in my opinion, those two legends about the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the witch Beatrice have been mixed together a little. In fact, maybe they've been fully fused together as one. The legend of Akujikishima is a fairy tale created by a fisherman fearful of reefs in the Rakajima area. However, there was no visual image to go along with those evil spirits. Were they people, or monsters, or ghosts without legs? There's no mental picture of them. People are bad at imagining things without visuals. That's when the legend of the witch called Beatrice-sama came in. Or Beatrice came in. A witch is a lot easier to picture than evil spirits, and on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed. In other words, the lack of a visual image, which was the one weak point in the legend of Akujikishima, was finally completed. Since then, perhaps the two legends have been mixed together. Well, I wonder. Ho 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 ho. It is a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself. Kumasawa laughed to smooth it over, wiping away a cold sweat. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Eric was saying. In truth, she had been vaguely aware of how the legend of Kujikishima, which had been around before Ushima Kinzo had come to Rakanjima, and the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold, had both transformed. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew. The setting where Beatrice hated the spirit mirror and spiderwebs. This had been based on the ancient legend of Akujikishima. The evil spirits part of that legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait. So, if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice, I'd really like to ask her whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not. What happens when she touches them? It is said that witches and their minions... receive burns when they touch spiderwebs. No. So that is probably what would happen, I suppose. That's not bad. A splendid witch trial. If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burned, then she's an evil spirit, not a witch. And if nothing happens, then it proves she's just a human. In other words, whether she's burned or not, it will prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist. The legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Kujikishima reboiled with a new face on it. Well, simply by the existence of the legend itself, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuta Erika. What do you think, everyone? Though only the two of them were in the lounge, Erika faced in the direction of an invisible audience would have been, and shrugged. And just as Erika imagined, the targets of her comments actually were there, listening in. Spiderwebs? They burn if you touch them? Beato the Elder snapped her fingers. A graceful silver spider slipped down from the ceiling, hanging by a transparent thread. Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. Timidly, Beato stretched her finger out towards the spider string. Then she touched it. I'm fine. You are? Huh? Beato the Elder lifted up a white, pale finger, and after showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. There was a stench, like a single hair being burnt. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Beato, who was stunned. There was a thin burn line, as though someone had traced across it with a razor. What's going on? That's what I would like to know. Why are you unharmed? I don't know. What I don't understand is why you do get burned by touching a spiderweb. I do not know. It has always been like that since I first gained consciousness. Then, are you... Beato hesitated. However, her question was clear. No, I am not one of the evil spirits of Kujikishima. I am Beatrice, ruler of Rakanjima's night. Even I do not know why I have the same weakness as this island's evil spirits of old. Are spiderwebs the only things you can't handle? As this Erika person said, I cannot touch the doorknob to Kinzo's study. That scorpion magic circle burns me. For me, trying to open the door to that study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of a fire. What about you? Huh? Scorpion magic circles, you mean? The older sister snapped her fingers again. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted. They had suddenly moved to the place in front of Kinzo's study. And there was the doorknob engraved with the scorpion magic circle. Those who research magic must have a refuge sealed off from both human and spiritual disturbances. It's no surprise that Kinzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here. And unfortunately, that affects me as well. She gently grasped the doorknob. As she did, a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than that one caused by the spiderweb, rang out. One-sama, are you okay? Your hand... Ah! Her hand had been horribly burnt, and Beato couldn't help but avert her eyes. Fear not. This scratch will heal quickly. Apparently, it would heal by itself if left alone. The older sister seemed to heal at an inhuman rate. However, it seems that you can handle it just fine. Ah. She timidly poked the doorknob. Nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasantly cool sensation. Strange. Though you are my double, you are different from me in several ways. While I might be able to touch the doorknob, if I ever get burnt like you did, I don't think I'd heal that easily. It's as though you're a normal human. Yes. Even I find it a little hard to believe that I'm a witch. I can't use magic like you, and I can't get strange burns or heal from them later. Father believed that I was a great witch reborn. But I cannot believe that. Who are you? I am Beatrice. I was born for father's sake. And you, One-sama. I am also Beatrice. I used magic to give Kinzo gold and later became a soul in the formless witch that haunts this island. Just who on earth are we? Unlike me, you seem to be a being in possession of a body. Huh? Really? Yes. I thought of it while listening to that Erica person. I'm a witch who can use magic but has no body. And you're a witch who has a body but can use no magic. Eventually, perhaps we will become one, each filling in what the other lacks to form the true, complete Beatrice. It seemed to make sense. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. If they became one, then they would surely be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired. Do you want to try? Huh? Hold out your hand. The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Beato. The large burn from a second ago really had started to heal already. It may be possible for us to become one. I want to know as well. But becoming one with you, I want to learn more. I want to learn about my future self. Beato also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. But nothing happened. Perhaps this meant that, while they were fated to become one eventually, that time had not yet come. For me, being burned by spiderwebs is perfectly normal. However, you didn't even know about it. In the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake. Apparently that father is Ushirman Battler. I know him as a rare guest who only comes a few times a year. But I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent visitor. Surely we must learn more about each other. Yeah, you're right. I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important. On the other side lies the single future Beatrice. No, but it may be more correct to call her the true form we are meant to possess. With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the past what the other lacked and regain their single form. Bit by bit, Beato was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice. So yeah, in 1 hour we'll do the BRB. Is it midnight? No. 11:59. So close. But even then, the crimes can happen whenever, it seems like. I guess it depends if there's a letter involved or a plot. I could hear the eerie sound of wind and rain. Once again, I hastily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that the witch had bitten off was attached to my hand. That's not to say that it was all an illusion, but my finger was now attached. After all, the pain and the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it were still there. And yet the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. How can I escape from this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Please let me out. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open it a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. Even getting just a fist through, it would probably be hard. The window wouldn't budge either. It was no better than a barred prison window. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out of there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. No matter what I do, I can't think of a way out of here. While shut up in a place like this, I truly am a prisoner. Unless someone comes from outside to save me, I won't be able to get out for all eternity. In that case, can't I just call for help? Yes, the tiny gap I can make in that door must exist so that I could call for help. But can I make the words come out? Earlier I tried to call out for help, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. Maybe I was just confused. I might have lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I'll open the door and make that crack appear one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I'm sure everyone's in the room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I can just call out, surely someone will come to save me. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. But the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest. Ha! 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 Even though I could say as much as I wanted, if I just grumbled to myself inside the room. Whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I understand. My body isn't the only thing locked up in this eerie closed room. My voice is too. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It does sound as though it's clanking noisily, but it's surely no good. Even this sound is being locked inside this closed room. No matter how harsh a sound I make, I'm sure it'll be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reaches the other end of the corridor. Hello, JP? Do we know who this person is yet? Nope. This is what, the third time I think we've interacted with this person? But how's it going, Naro? Hope all is well. Yeah, I think the third time. Because the first time was just the introduction, the second time was the finger biting. Yeah, this is the third time. I think it's Bowler. I think this is his torture. But I'm not sure. There's, I don't know. The plot's confusing. All is well. Just waiting for food to cook. Ooh, what are we eating? What are you consuming? I think I'm having fried shrimp earlier. My guess is the Secret Son. Oh, the guy from 19 years ago. Maybe? I wonder if that's a thing. Ramen? Ooh, nice. Enjoy. Yeah, there's... I don't know what's going on with the plot. Oh yeah, the game made me sad earlier, because Erica was trying to disprove magic for Maria. So that was mean. And then they're bringing up the shrine from the monks that lived on the island beforehand, before Kinzo's era. I don't know how it all ties together. No matter how harsh a sound I make, I'm sure it'll be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reaches the other end of the corridor. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone. That only deepened my despair. Interesting, right? So I guess they're trying to say Beatrice shouldn't be affected by the monks from their spirit mirror. This chain. That's insane. Just a second ago, it was a stiff chain that looked like it might be used to seal a monster away. But at some point, it had transformed into a normal chain lock. This changes everything. Now I can just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo it, but the chain wasn't long enough for that while the door was still open a crack. And I couldn't get it off. Obviously. Calm down. Gulp. I gulped and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw that the chain had slacked enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. Now, I could undo something like this. Anyone could. It's easy. Gulp. Clank. I imagined the demon who locked me in this room using this as a trap to give me hope, just to make me despair even more. But I pushed those thoughts aside for the time being. I undid the chain lock, and the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Now, there's no lock sealing this door. Please, don't torment me anymore, and just open normally. Slowly, the door opened. When I closed the door to undo the chain, the warm light from the hallway got cut off. If I open it again, what if that warm light is gone this time? I was even afraid of stuff like that. However, that was just me over-imagining things. Slowly. Quickly. No, I guess this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed closed room finally opened. Wow, freedom, right? And then he gets his fingers bit off. Or no. Okay, he's fine. Ha! Ha 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 ha! I did it! I did it! Even my cry of joy was strangled. But that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that I can get out. I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I could sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go, right now. Oh. Good. Yeah? That moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point, a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When did this happen? When I turned around, I despaired even more. Out from the inner side of the door I had just opened, a thick chain had descended and attached itself to this collar I was wearing. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge, and I shook it, the whole door creaked. What? The hell? The chain that connected to my collar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes, the same vanishing chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane. That's insane! Damn it, what's going on here? I pulled with all my strength, trying to tear the whole door off, but I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I'm sure this chain will disappear once I go back inside the room, but it'll never let me leave the room, that room. Though it had apparently turned back into a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The chain lock still bound me to that room. Ooh. Ugh. Ah! Tears flowing down my face, I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think that I'd escaped for just an instant. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Sorry, please. Then, I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. They were letters, traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters, which looked like which looked like they'd been drawn in blood, answered my biggest question. The chain lock must be set. You're allowed to unset it, but it must then be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. I instantly understood the meaning of that ominous message, and I tried it out and understood completely. When I returned to the room and reset the chain lock, the collar around my neck disappeared. When I undid the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returned. In other words, I cannot leave this room while the chain lock is still unset. In that case, why don't I just set the chain while outside the room? I undid the chain one more time. The collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it! Even though it was so easy to do from the inside. Why? Is it so hard to do from the outside? BRB food? Sounds good, Nero? The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. To make the chain reach just a bit further, I have to close the door a little bit more. But if I do that, there won't even be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Of course, that was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be used from the inside. They'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. That's why the length of the chain is especially chosen to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Then, can I use some kind of hard and thin tool? The gap of the door is just a finger's width across. That's more than enough for the chain to reach. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fits through the crack, and work the chain with that. That's right. There's a closet just at the side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Found one. Oh, thank God. A single cheap-looking hanger, like one you might find in a laundry room, is hanging there. Really? Pretty sure that when I last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Who cares? Quickly. I twisted the wire hanger, banging the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab that things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. I then dashed out into the corridor again and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this. However, if I close it this much, the chain should have extra length to spare. And this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. If I keep trying, I'll definitely be able to do it eventually. I'm certain of it. It's harder than it looks, but the chain is long enough. This is impossible. I finally got my hands on the one way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. If it's possible, I'll be able to get out. I'll be able to escape from here. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. It felt as though someone inside the room had pressed their forehead against the door and was drawing closer. And she, the witch, had laughed. Then I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right. Like hell I'll let go. Like hell I'll let my one key out of here get stolen while my guard's down. Fortunately, I stuck my wrist through it so that it wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands. The witch on the other side of the door laughed at me. Then, I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place. Between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. They were red letters. I realized immediately. At some point in time, even more bloody letters had been drawn on the door. My left hand had been covering them up. So, fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand to the side. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been drawn. And there, as if someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning, was a message from the witch to me. It is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside by any means. All tricks done from the corridor had been sealed by the red letters. No way! Hee 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 hee. There was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. Then, when I pulled it out and looked, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness. The tip of the hanger had burnt and bubbled, and melted off. Now, it's pitifully short. This can't be used for anything. It will be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to set the chain from the outside have been prevented. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! I threw the remnants of the wire hanger against the floor, faced the hallway filled with a warm light, and called for help. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor, and everything's peaceful there. I can't hear their voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice. Someone, save me! He. Wasn't it? It's Maria's laugh, isn't it? Ah, yeah! Ha 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 ha. This time, it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear coming from the other end of the hallway. Someone, come over here. And save me! Oh man. Why isn't that loud though? It's gonna work. But rules are rules. Oh. Sorry, but I'm out. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousin room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. Whoa! So you really did have it, George and Nikki. Damn you. Damn you, 6 of spades! Your 8 of diamonds was pretty nasty too, Battler. So close. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're incredible, George Oni-chan. You won again. Yep. Looks like we've won again. Ha 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 ha. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle, so she had teamed up with George, which was why she was celebrating his victory. Utter defeat. Cannon winced and let his cards drop to the table. The game of sevens between Cannon and the cousins had been a fierce battle. Normally they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Cannon had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose, so George and Battler had responded and the battle had grown fierce. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it with whether he won or lost, Cannon's mood changed drastically with every defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing and more that he just wasn't used to playing. He wasn't used to trading a few wins and losses with his opponents. So he took even losses within a game seriously. Since he had resolved to win and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Cannon slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back. Hey, you almost had it. Hahaha. I love fighting all out like this. Whether you go all out or not, if you just lose in the end, it's all pointless. That's not true. If you really gave it your all, there's no reason to get all depressed when you lose. If you lost after hardly trying, then you'd be grumbling and complaining about how you would have won if you had taken it seriously, right? That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. They're always cheery no matter what the result is. You're right. And they can be scarier than anyone else. They always learn something from their experience and grow. Very true. I was a coward, so I could never learn anything. I see that I'm still immature. I'm furniture. So any dreams I might have are pointless. Because I originally believed that, distanced himself from everything, shutting himself away. However, during that same time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures. Now her hand was resting on the door, separating furniture and humans. The old canon would only have seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new canon was now capable of gaining something new from this experience. That's probably what it means to grow. Furniture is nothing but rot with the passage of time. The ability to grow is a privilege given only to humans. Wait, what? Is this a fishing? It is a fishing. Wow. Because there's no way that's the website. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna delete that. No, because they would send me an email, right? Plus, it's, yeah, they wouldn't text me that. Would they? No. I don't think so. Delete it. Thanks for playing with us. You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right? I'm really glad you decided to hang out with us. I'm back? Welcome back, Nara. Don't worry about it. I had a lot of fun, too. Or should I say that I've realized that this sort of thing is fun. Thanks for pushing so hard for me to come. Oh yeah, George proposed to Shannon. She said yes. But before he proposed, he explained that he was a nice guy. Didn't know how to talk to girls, and he was jealous. Let's challenge ourselves more and more. And let's go and find more and more things that you didn't know about. Oh. By the way, about what we were talking about earlier. Ever wanted to try playing guitar? Well, I don't want to force you or anything, but jealous of who? Battler. Because I guess 6 years ago, Battler was hanging out with Shannon, and Shannon didn't notice George, so he was jealous of that. And that was the moment when he realized he loves Shannon. He's also jealous of Jessica because they have it so easy talking to guys and girls, no matter what. 6 years ago, huh? I guess. I don't know what's going on there. But it had to be 6 years ago. At least 6 years ago plus. Because, right. Battler wasn't around. Well, I don't want to force you or anything, but it must be very difficult. Yeah, I guess. But I'll do a good job teaching you. I'll even practice with you. Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself. Hahaha. But yeah, he said that he was so nice that he would have thought that all the girls would flock to him. That he would be popular. But that's not the case. At first, Kenan was scared that he might make a complete fool of himself if he touched a musical instrument for the first time in his life. George said that he did. After all, he knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Kenan was starting to learn. It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start. If I try to run away from it, I'll never learn a thing for eternity. I'll never achieve anything. That's right. Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving? Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started. But I slowly got the knack of it and it started to feel more and more natural. I'd like to reach that level too. If one path to that goal was playing music with you, milady, I would love to do that with you. Kenan on bass? Really? Yes. I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start. I might even make you lose hope in the end times. But if I've given it my all, even messing up is no big deal. That's what I learned from you all just now. Ha 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 ha. You're embarrassing me. Kenan on bass would be awesome. I love you more than ever, milady. Because I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun. I never noticed you when you were right there next to me. Then I better work even harder to make you love me even more. Ha 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 ha. Aw, cute. Canon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. Not Canon, though. Fake Canon. However, Canon's expression unexpectedly clouded. My lady, the reason I love you is so clear. Because of that, I can't bear not knowing. Not knowing what? I mean, she said, I love you to him. Why did you start to like me? Oh, okay. Maybe the real Canon is the one in the room? The one in the room? Oh, the one that's being trapped. Maybe. He's... I don't know what's going on. Why did you start to like me? Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense. Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine the way. I can't think of any reason why you would love someone as shabby as me. That's not true, okay? There are all kinds of good things about you, Canon-kun. My thinking cap is on today. You're solving the mystery. Let me swallow my pride and ask, what about me made you like me, milady? Canon hung his head. Since he had never learned anything on his own, he had never been able to take the initiative with her in any way. The fact that he was accepting her affection one-sidedly, unable to do anything but simply receive it, made him sad and frustrated at himself. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Canon had started to love Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had heard Shannon talking about her love with George, and at school, she and her friends had always talked about relationships with boys. There would have been nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if you put that into words, it might be misinterpreted to mean that any nearby boy would have done just as well. However, she could still be proud of the feelings she felt at this very instant. She really did love Canon, and she truly wanted to experience romance. As a result, they might end up together, or they might not. However, if she reached that result without holding back, she could accept it no matter which it was. That's why she was able to become serious and honest about how she felt. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Canon this. When Canon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realized. Everyone's getting married? I'm such a fool. Huh? What about me do you like? That very question is foolish. It's proof that I'm not serious about myself, and that I haven't been able to understand even myself. It's horrible of me to try and make you say it for me. That's not true. After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession. What part of me do you like? It was immature of me to ask you that. How could anyone love someone so immature? Wait, that's not... Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Canon was calm, and then he spoke. In that case, I want you to love me. The way I already love you. I've decided to start changing myself so that can happen. I can hardly imagine that you would love me as I am. But someday, no matter what. Yeah. Absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Canon-kun. A guy so cool that I can't keep my eyes off you. Until then, I'll stick by you all the way. We have plenty of time. But unfortunately, there isn't that much time left. What do you mean? It usually saddens you when I talk about furniture. However, this is something I must tell you. Oh? And it is also something I must fight for with all my soul. What are you talking about? I don't want to hear any more of that I'm furniture so I can't fall in love talk. You're a human, not furniture. Yes, I would like to become human. However, I am still furniture. In that case, just do it. Become human. It's like, okay. The witch taught me once about the single element of this world. According to her, it's love. It's something that humans... Did she? I think she did. Maybe? Probably? Like, I remember this conversation about the element, but I guess it was with Karen. According to her, it's love, something that humans born into this world can take for granted. However, it is not something that those not from this world, who are born as furniture, can take for granted. In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle. In just the same way that Nei-san and George-sama would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch. I don't really get that last part. What don't you understand? Let me hear it. Child of man. Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Cannon's determination to fall in love. I've got no problem interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and boy who call themselves furniture. But one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me. Why is magic necessary? Is that it? Both Shannon and Cannon call themselves furniture. They've always claimed that there can't be love between furniture and humans. At that point, the magic of the golden butterfly brooch comes into play, and as the miraculous result of this magic, love is established between Shannon and George Oni-chan. That's what they claim. Might it mean merely that forbidden love between people of different classes would be unmanageable without a miracle of magic? True. I can accept that Shannon and Cannon, who are servants in forbidden love with members of the family, and suffering for it, might debase themselves by calling themselves furniture. Then what is it that you cannot accept? Without borrowing the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible. That seems to be a common understanding between Shannon and Cannon. I just can't understand that part. After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally, and though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage by this point. Trying to understand between two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in front of an arrow and trying to catch it. Exactly. Now that George Oni-chan has sworn to protect his lover for the rest of their lives, he has no need to fear opposition and disinheritance from his parents. On the contrary, he might even consider that a perfect test of his love for her. In other words, they will be married, no matter what. No one can stop them. They have both consented to the engagement. No one can stop them or impede them. Trying to pick apart lovers is a foolhardy venture. Yeah, that's what's strange. There's no need for magic. If George and Shannon had wanted Ava's approval for their engagement, then magic might really have been necessary. After all, Ava had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Ava being convinced were very near zero. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they'd wanted a magical miracle to make Ava acknowledge that engagement. However, George Oni-chan has already made an oath. He doesn't care whether his parents approve of the engagement or not. Yeah, there's nothing standing in the way of their engagement. And Shannon should know that as well herself. So why is it that now, on this night, where the proposal went so smoothly, she's still praying for a miracle of magic? According to the furniture, she won't even have the right to marry without such a miracle. And there you go. It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal, but she knows that there's still some kind of barrier that can't be overcome without a magical miracle. And that barrier isn't something that they can overcome by their own efforts. That's why they need this miracle called magic. Why do they need magic? If two people love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together? I see. Catherine listened to Angie's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion and enjoyed watching Angie finally manage to do the same. And that same question applies to Cannon as well. Love between him and Jessica Onechan has just begun, but their emotions are pure. There's nothing standing in their way. They're already in a loving relationship even without the golden butterfly brooch. The relationship they've started might easily last for years, eventually resulting in marriage. There's nothing standing in their way either. As long as they don't seek approval from Kraus and Natsuhi, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either. Exactly. Canon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life. Then he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica and Achan. There is no need for magic anymore. If it were a one-sided love, then you might need a love charm or something. But their feelings are already mutual. They've already communicated their intentions to one another. So why do they still need a magical miracle? Reasons. Like, I think I get the idea, but I don't think I can say, because I've been spoiled. Man. I mean, I would have... Well... I think I would have gotten it. After episode 3, I think I would have gotten it. Did I spoil it? No, you didn't spoil it. It was a Reddit comment that mentioned the character. That's fine. Both furniture were in relationships of mutual love. There shouldn't have been any need for a miracle any longer. So why? Do they still desire some miracle? No, you're fine there. And on top of that, the single brooch was portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. It felt almost as though Shannon was hesitating because if she used up that miracle for herself, Canon's chances at love would be automatically sealed away for eternity. But I mean, my interpretation could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe that's where it's going, but... So this is the question. Why is furniture not allowed to love? So, you ask why love will not be permitted without the miracle known as magic. And also, though the furniture laments with such certainty that they're unable to love, this golden butterfly brooch is supposed to give them permission to do it. Just what on earth is it? Of course, it is a crystallization of magic. However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. So, it can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches. Correct. So, Shannon, who is capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits. However, if Shannon had dropped it on a sandy beach, then someone who knew nothing picked it up. That person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin. They wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magic power. Precisely. A witch's magical items often lose their power if they are not handed over directly. However, just as how a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans and the anti-magic toxin disappears, the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many humans. It's ironic. No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it. I have heard that the same goes for medicine. Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree. Oh, I think I understand. When taking cold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle. As she listened, Beata thought that magic sounded a bit like a ritual. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd of other humans. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a ritual, something that has no effect if the person using it doesn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up thinking that one of a different class such as herself would never find love with him. That was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you've got zero chance of success. However, if the power of magic makes you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true, then the odds of it happening are at least greater than zero. So you're telling me there's a chance? Zero remains zero forever. So miracle is a fitting word to describe even a faint chance coming into existence. Humans can use magic to defeat resignation, the process by which they themselves make their probability of success zero. When a human refuses to give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. and the more determined they become, the greater those odds rise. It was easy to imagine Shannon making earnest wishes upon that brooch, believing in its effect, and trying little things over and over again to get George to like her. The power of belief becomes magic, and those who make others believe are witches. Those who make others believe are witches. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. But many people who see it will surely assume it to be a sleight of hand. They might wonder at how it was accomplished, but they'll surely say that it couldn't have been real magic. And when they applaud, it will be for a splendid trick that only appeared to be magic. But what if someone performed this sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, and ended up with the exact same result? Would any of the people think it was a sleight of hand? In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic. I wish when I went to Vegas I could have seen a magic show. That would have been fun. And in that case, could this here be magic? Aha! Well now, what will be the first spell performed by the witch unable to use magic? Magic shows are cool. Have I seen one? I mean, I've only seen, like, videos, not, like, live. What will be the first spell performed by the witch unable to use magic? Here I have an empty teacup. There is nothing inside it. Yes, it is empty. You've been to one? And they're cool. Giggle. And then? You take it. Turn it like this. Shin Lim. Can't say I've heard of him. And place it upside down on the table. I think if I had gone... Was Penn and Teller playing? Probably. But Shin Lim. I'll have to look him up. And then, what next? Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation. Like, the latest thing I saw that's like a magic show was, David something. It's not David Copperfield. David DeGraw, something? Shit. Actually, no, I put it on Discord, right. I think he was on Penn and Teller's Full List show too. David Blaine? No, not David Blaine. Films, right? Teen Wolf, Gremlins, The Witch, Goodfellas. Derek Del Guidos. Derek DeGuido. That was it. That was... I don't know how he did it. Yeah, Derek Delgado. I think it's on Hulu, if you have Hulu. It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation. Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup? Indeed. Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup? It was magic. Just have to accept it. As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating her with her eyes closed. Then, a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down onto the overturned cup, and scattered away in a golden splash. May I open my eyes now? Yes. Please, open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup. Well now, let us see how well your first bit of magic has performed. Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup. Aha! How is it? When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal. Does this count as magic? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Yes, it does. You used magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup. With the golden truth? It was a splendid bit of magic. Gold text. You saw that at the end of episode 5 when Battler went Super Saiyan. Without love, it cannot be seen. That much I understand. It may be viewed as a trick. It may also be believed to be magic. It all depends upon the toxin of the individual. Then again, while this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, it can't explain everything. To get back to the point, all this stuff about believing in magic and rituals doesn't answer the question, what was this golden butterfly brooch? Which allowed the furniture, who strongly believed that they could not love, to finally find love. Oh damn, I dropped a lot of frames. It's weird. We blindly accept the story of those two Beatos as true. Might we assume that magic had the power to cancel out their feelings of resignation? Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary? Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and the Beatos are saying provides an answer, though a vague one. However, let me say this as a reader. I can't accept this as you've presented it. You cannot accept it, you say? The tragedy those furniture are struggling to resist is way too big to explain away by that. I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given some charm for making relationships. It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George Oni-chan. But sometime after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic, and she even tried to give the brooch back to Beato. At that point, she supposedly rejected the miracle of magic for a time. So, why would that power be necessary again? Why would that power be necessary? Okay. Well now, perhaps there is no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things. Featherine laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Angie, who hadn't reached it yet. Let me hear it. What's your view? Featherine is the, Pepe laugh she doesn't know. I like to keep that to myself for just a while longer. And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to. If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking. Then, having you read aloud would be no fun. So, you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to? Just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about? Well, I am the witch of theater going. If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko. Ha 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 ha. Pfft, giggle giggle. Ha 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 ha. I understand that part of magic is created by a believing heart, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it permeates so far, the power that dwells within magic is small. Lots of people visit shrines to pray for success on tests. However, people rarely credit such a visit as the reason for their success. By itself, praying does little more than give one peace of mind. In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can result in major changes, this power can sometimes bring about incredible transformations. However, would something like that really be enough to change the insurmountable fate of furniture? In the past, when Shannon and George were brought together, I imagine that the brooch's magical power functioned as a little more than a ritualistic charm. However, by now, the magical power that the furniture seek from that brooch, it's not something as vague as a ritual. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic. But that's no more than a child's trick. That only explains one part of magic. They are hoping for something. They're hoping for something with much, much more power. Miracles. For true magic, not a sleight of hand. So then, just what kind of magic is the furniture expecting from that brooch? Miracles. A golden butterfly brooch? There exists a magic charm that the Golden Witch Beatrice gave to Shannon in exchange for smashing a mirror, and which made her love bear fruit. That's what this is. From his pocket, Cannon pulled a single wing from a gold butterfly. Though it was a single wing, it was easy to tell from its shape that it had originally been a part of something with a butterfly motif. The magic of this brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to start her relationship with George-san. However, before that magic was fully realized, she left it to me. So thanks to the power of this brooch, I gained your affection, milady. That's not true. I started liking you because of my own honest feelings. Thank you very much. You are human, so you do not believe in witches or magic. It's only natural. However, as furniture created by magic, my very existence here is proof that the miracle of magic exists. Sorry, what are you talking about? Jessica tried to make sense of Kennan's words. However, she couldn't understand and had to ask him to repeat it, wearing a stiff smile. Both Shannon and I need magic to succeed in love. The key for that is this brooch. I stepped on it and crushed it, so we each have one part now. The brooch had lost its power when it was split in half. However, if it was ever joined together again, its magic would be revived. It would revive the miraculous power that could join furniture and a human together. However, a single brooch can only grant one person's wish. Only one of us furniture can be joined by the single brooch. That was the final seed of love, a spark of love, which the old, shrilly laughing Beatrice had sown. The old Beatrice had said that humans tormented by this spark were like bright fruit, which she crudely used for her own enjoyment. However, the magic infused within this seed was real. It was the only crystallization of magic that the Golden Witch Beatrice ever left in this world. Its glint increased. Huh? What the? It's okay. But please, don't look right at it. It'll blind you. The glint grew even stronger, shining like the sun. Even without Cannon's warning, Jessica wouldn't have been able to stop herself from covering her eyes with her hands. As the light grew stronger, a sound like the roar of the wind or the tide also grew in intensity. The sound of the wind and rain outside had already been overwhelmed. Jessica could no longer even stand, and she crouched on the floor. A flood of sound and light. Until it withdrew, Jessica could do nothing but moan. Oh, okay. Alright. That was just so sudden. Yeah, let's do the 5-minute briefing. But where are we? What's going on? Oh, is it Valor? I guess it's Valor. It's probably Valor. Okay. Let's do the 5-minute briefing. Un momento. Man, time just flies by. But hey, Pink Princess Robo Boobas, how's it going? Come on, it's okay now. Let's hurry. I hope Father likes sweet foods. Welcome back. Thank you, Nara. Oh yes, he does like them. In fact, he seems to enjoy eating pretty much anything. Ho 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 ho. After waiting for the master of the room to be out, Beato and Kumasawa entered the study. Then they quickly cleaned up the books on the desk, set down the basket they had brought there, and opened it up. Inside were several cute cookies cut out in a butterfly shape. They set out a pretty plate and neatly arranged the cookies on it. It was the kind of subtle, conscientious touch that the recipient wasn't likely to even notice. The whole arrangement was filled with that sort of feeling. Butterfly cookies? I see you spare no efforts for the sake of your beloved father. This is the most I'm allowed to do right now. To think that I would give Battler cookies. Why should I, the ruler of the night, do so much for a guest who comes so rarely? Oh? Then the study door swung violently open. It was Battler, with Genji by his side. Battler's eyes went wide for a second when he saw Beato there, but his expression quickly went blank again. What are you doing here? Father, please excuse me. I didn't come here to get in the way of your important game. How were you able to get in here? Wasn't this room locked? My apologies. They wanted to surprise you with a gift, so I lent them a key. See? Have a look. Beatrice-sama baked these cookies with all her soul, hoping that you would enjoy them. Kumasawa-san, Genji-san taught me how. Never knew Genji-san was so good at baking cookies. Oh, he hasn't done it much of late, but long ago, Genji-san cooked all sorts of things. He was especially good with sweets. Cookies? Yes, it's a gift for you, Father. I sincerely pray for your victory in this important match. Battler looked at the plate on the study desk. Also, damn, hold on. Oh man, okay. Battler looks at the plate on the study desk that was piled up with beautiful cookies and a message card of encouragement lying next to it. And his face twisted with a complex expression which might have been one of sadness, and might have been one of hatred. Master. Genji urged him to consider saying some words of gratitude to Beato. Battler understood. Anyone would be pleased to receive an act of kindness like this. Even though he understood it logically, he couldn't help but give a small, exasperated sigh. Thank you. I'm very grateful. However, I don't like sweets. Please take it away. Master. Don't make me say the same thing again. Clean it up and take it away. Master, couldn't you just try one bite? Beatrice-sama worked hard to make them for your sake. I appreciate the sentiment. I'm in the middle of a vital game right now. This is the final game, and it's vital for both for me and Beato as well. So please, don't mess with my heart any more than is necessary. That's just too sad for her. I'm glad that you're grateful for her feelings, but can't you show it by taking just one little bite? I feel like it is Battler, because this... I can't imagine Battler being like this. Father. Beato looked at Battler sadly. Battler hung his head to avoid her gaze. The expression on his face caused Beato more pain than any he had shown her before. Kumasawa, please, clean this up and take it away. Master! Kumasawa clung to Battler, but he turned his back to her. My apologies. Let's clean this up, Kumasawa-san. I won't allow it. By making this gift, Beatrice-sama gave it her all to try and support you in the only way she could. To tell her to take it away without eating a bite yourself. How can you trifle with a woman so? Kumasawa, if you call yourself a man, You should at least try a bite when a woman makes you a handmade snack. If you truly intend to crush a woman's feelings like this, I, Kumasawa, will not back down even if it kills me. No, I won't. Kumasawa-san, you've done enough for me already. I won't allow it. Master, do you think they are poisoned or something? Yeah. Beato ever came to give me cookies. Of course I'd figure that she'd put some kind of crazy poison in them. Hi, Senpai. Hey, Princess Robo. How's it going? She's asking me if I think there's poison in these. Who would expect that cookies piled up in such a neat and cute way could possibly have something bizarre hidden inside them? And anyway, who could possibly imagine Beato making something like this? What's up, boys? You still playing this? Of course I'm still playing this. How long is this game? I've seen some people spend at least 120 hours. I spent 86 on the first game, which is the 4 episodes previous to this. Or, the first 4 episodes. 120 hours. Yeah, total. We took 16 hours on the first episode of this one, which is episode 5. And I don't know how long episode 6 and 7 and 8 are going to take. But I imagine it'll be 8 hours as well. Just because we're reading it out loud and having fun along the way. It's very long, yeah. So we got a while. Probably like by next week, maybe. Depending on what I got going on this weekend. Very long, yeah. Sent by Christ Almighty. Anyway, who could possibly imagine Beato making something like this? Because of that, Battler couldn't bear to look at Beato's innocent reaction, which was completely free from any malicious thoughts, like slipping poison into cookies. Hope you all had a lovely day. I did. JP, you should take a part-time job reading audiobooks. I think I've looked into it, but it's fine. If the IT stuff doesn't work out, maybe. We'll see. Get a new microphone. Get that quality, crisp sound. Beato quietly started to clean up. Very good. Every now and then, she sniffled. You gotta work on the high-pitched voice for anime novels? Is that right? Kumasawa continued to glare at Battler, but she then gave a small sigh and helped Beato clean up. However, the hardness didn't disappear from her expression. No, it's okay, I'll just use a voice changer. My apologies, Father. Please, excuse me. Don't call me that. Glad you guys are in a good mood. Keep it up. I hope all is well with you as well, Princess Robo. Don't call me Father. Beato never called me that. Yes, as you wish. My apologies. Hanging her head so low that her chin touched her chest, Beato hurried out of the study. After giving Battler a look, Kumasawa chased after her. Kumasawa threw the door open a bit violently, and the footsteps of the pair rapidly disappeared off into the distance. And maybe his little sister, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. If she were anyone other than Beato, you'd think of him as a true enemy of women, is that it? I don't have a clue why Oni-chan and Beato act so friendly together. Right now I think of Beato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat. Still, even so, as a woman, I can't say I like how Oni-chan's treating her. And yet, I can understand Battler's feelings a little too. What a sad state of affairs. I still don't understand what kind of antagonism or connection there was between them. However, Oni-chan probably viewed Beato as a friendly rival, if not something more. Oni-chan's reason for defeating Beato isn't to destroy an enemy out of hatred. It feels like he wants to give a sincere answer to her questions. Yes. I can't deny the fact that their fight isn't based on hatred, but on a stronger emotion. And on top of that, Beato really is something to remain dedicated to Oni-chan all the more even after being treated so coldly. I agree with the other older sister Beatrice. Can't understand why she's so dedicated to Oni-chan. And though it will only happen after changing over 1,000 years, that single factor that you don't understand will certainly be inherited by the Golden Witch Beatrice we know so well. I'm gonna get ready for work. See you later. See ya, Nara. Hope you have a good day at work. Hope it goes by smoothly. Yeah, I understand that. Learning about this Beato will eventually teach us something about that Beato. And that may be able to explain the greatest piece in this crazy game, if not the game board itself. Such a mysterious witch. Though she said those words, Featherine wore a confident smile on her face. Her sarcastic confidence, as though she already knew the answer, was unchanged. Beatrice, I want to ask you something. Yes? What would you like to know, Angie-san? When Angie asked her question, Beato, who'd been reading a fragment book in the shadows of the library, jumped. Why do you call Ushirmiya Battler father? Because he created that piece that I am. He created the piece that I am. In that case, why are you so dedicated to Ushirmiya Battler? Is there some rule that pieces must obey the creator that makes them? There's no such rule. A piece is like a tool, or perhaps a knife. When used skillfully by the game master, they can be quite useful. However, if you use them incorrectly, they can hurt you as well. Whether a tool is used as a tool or a weapon, that has nothing to do with the tool's own will. It is merely the result. In that case, why are you so dedicated to Oni-chan? It's almost as though that's your goal as a piece. Yes, that is the goal that gave birth to me. Did Oni-chan, the one who gave birth to you, give you that goal? That's not it. As the game master, Battler merely set a piece with that role on the board. Also, the one who gave birth to this piece was the first game master, and the one who created this game, Beatrice herself. Ah, this is getting confusing. In other words, you keep calling Oni-chan father, but he's not actually your father. You're just calling him that affectionately, because you feel obligated to devote yourself to him. Yes, I think that's true. Father was the one who placed me on the game board. If he hadn't, my piece would never have had a turn. So the fact I exist here right now and am able to devote myself to my goal is all thanks to Father. I see. So that's why it makes sense for you to call him Father. In that case, who told you to devote yourself to Oni-chan? That must have been the first game master, Beato herself. This is so confusing. You wish to ask her why she must devote herself to Ushirmiya Battler, correct? However, she cannot give you that answer. She was given nothing but the goal itself. Only the person who gave her that goal knows the reasons for which they did so. I see. Consider that as well, child of man, right? So that means you already have an idea and you're laughing at my confusion. You really are just perfect for my Miko. I will do anything for Father. My existence will bring Father happiness. That is my greatest pleasure. And at that point, Beato hesitated. And what? Yes. And if I could one day have Father acknowledge my efforts. Oh, it would be my greatest joy. What the hell? If you only want to devote yourself to him, I'd say you're just another furniture of the witch. But you want him to acknowledge your efforts? That's less like furniture and more like... Angie stopped mid-sentence. It's less like furniture and more like... You're just a girl who loves Oni-chan. I don't get it. The driving force behind this Beato is that of a girl who adores Oni-chan. But then, what does that make her? If the first Beato liked Oni-chan, then she should have adored him and devoted herself to him directly. Why would she create a piece of herself, a separate entity, to do it? As it stands, even if she does attract Oni-chan's attention, it'll be towards the piece version of herself, not the creator who made that piece. If I ever like someone, I'll probably want to do things for them, but of course I'd want to do those things myself. After all, I would want him to notice me. It's a love that will always go unrewarded, no matter how devoted she is. And she's doing this out of her own free will. Beato's actions look no different from those of an average girl in love. She's devotedly doing all she can for him, dreaming that her kindness will eventually be acknowledged. Why would Beato create a piece like this? Maybe putting it in romantic terms is a bit too confusing. Let's try using food as an example. This will be as pointless as creating a piece to eat food for you. No matter how much food your piece eats on your behalf, you won't get any less hungry, right? You're the one who wants to eat. There's no reason to have a piece do that in your place. For most jobs in this world, you can get someone else to do it for you. However, with love and food alone, there can never be any point to letting another person do it in your place. That's right. This Beato was created as a piece, because of an impossible reason. Though at a glance, she looks just like a normal girl. She looks like just a normal girl. The more I know about her, the less I understand, like she's an imaginary number. Father hates it when I call him Father. And the me that Father desires didn't call him by that name either. Right. The former you spoke to everyone without even using honorifics. However, simply possessing that knowledge doesn't mean I can refer to Father quite that informally. I'd like to give it my all, start by calling him Battler-san. I'm surprised you haven't gotten discouraged after being treated so coldly. No. Battler-san is in the middle of an important game right now. His opponent is the formidable Lady Erica, a piece of the great Lady Birkstell. It's no surprise that he was in a bad mood when I stepped in at a delicate moment in this game, just as it was starting to reach a critical point, and called him by that name he doesn't want to hear. Apparently Beato still wanted to devote herself to Battler, even after being treated in such a cold manner. Though to an outsider it might just look as though she's being snubbed, it doesn't faze her at all. It truly is the blindness of a girl in love. Or is it that I can't see because I have no love? At times, love does let you see the unseeable. Beato once again immersed herself in the fragment book that the former Beato had written. She was trying to find something about the Beato that Battler desired. Angie shrugged as though saying, well, I don't get it. Featherine laughed when she saw this, hinting that an innocent young woman could never understand. Angie grumbled something back unhappily. Their exchange seemed to have had no effect whatsoever on Beato, as she sat in the shadows of the library. After chasing all the others out, only Battler remained in the study. There was no color in this dimly lit room. However, for just the short time that the plate of cookies had been placed there, the room had seemed at least a little cheery. Battler's gaze drifted over to the table, which no longer had anything on it. When it did, the cookie plate that had been there until a second ago was revived. However, it was an illusion. Though the cookies could be looked at, they could not be touched, much less eaten. Battler wished he could make it possible to touch them or eat them, but it would be an empty sensation. It would only give the touch and taste that Battler desired. He no longer had any way of knowing what kind of cookies they had been. On the reception sofa across from Battler, a cloud of gold butterflies slowly gathered and took the form of the old Beato. Come on, have a bite. It's not every day that I make these by hand. Have no fear, I'm confident in how well they've turned out. Coo. Hearing that from Milady makes them all the more dubious. Seriously, any cookies you made would obviously have some kind of strange poison in them. How shocking that you should think so. Even if I did put something in, it'd be no worse than the kind that does this and that to your other thing. If you do that sort of thing all the time, Battler-kun will never agree to eat them. Huh? Putting things in someone's food is pretty basic, isn't it? Fingernails, bits of hair, magic charms, fragments of love. What would you people put in? Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't put anything in them. I'd just eat them all myself. Obviously. Do you have to be so predictable? Well, they say a girl's gotta grab by all three sacks. So the first one's the stomach, right? Next comes the wallet. And what was the third one again? Giggle. If I could catch a guy's attention, I'd want to make him sacrifice his body, heart, and soul to me. That's why I pour all my power and affection to my cooking. In any event, making someone eat your food is probably a frontal attack that's gone unchanged throughout the ages. Ridiculous. How pathetic to think that you couldn't grasp a single man's heart without relying on such simple tricks. Oh? Are you saying you've succeeded in grasping a man's heart, One-san? Battler, there's nothing weird in it, so have a bite. Don't think you'll ever get a chance to eat my handmade cookies again. There probably won't be another chance. I slowly stretched my hand out to the illusion of the cookie plate and touched it. Just before I did, it came a cloud of gold butterflies and vanished into the darkness of the study. The illusions of Renove and Virgilia also disappeared. However, the illusion of Beato alone still remained on the sofa. Is there something not to your liking? Are you trying to force me to say it out loud? Cackle, cackle, cackle. The more the new me differs from the form you wished for. The more you're reminded that I can never be revived again. Correct. Cackle, cackle. If you let a good woman get away, you never get a second chance. So only now, you finally realize what a good woman I was. Shut up! If you never appear again. That'd be a relief. Humph. Beato lay sprawled on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Battler also turned his back and moved to the window. For a while, there was silence. I imagine you understand, but I do understand. The me you were expecting has already disappeared. I know. Even though that Beato is you without a doubt, she's a different being than the old you. And I can say with certainty that you'll never revive again. My soul, femininity, sparkling personality, and splendid character were cultivated over 1,000 years spent as a witch. In less than exactly identical 1,000 years is traversed, nothing can become me. And so, at the moment you decided to create me, my personal history was different. Yeah. That damn Burkestel has already guaranteed that you'll never revive. However, you still hope for it, don't you? One day, the new me will trip and land on her head, and all her memories of the past will be restored. You were hoping for something like that, weren't you? A delusional plot like that wouldn't even pass in a light novel these days. Shut up! In the past, you waited and waited for me to remember. And take notice. Then, what is it? Does this mean that our relationship is exactly the opposite of how it once was? Huh. Well, at times, I did continue the game believing that you would eventually notice and remember, that a miracle would occur. How did it feel? How did it feel when you were playing with me? Cackle, cackle, cackle. As they say, look inside your own heart. It hurts. If only she didn't look so much like you, I would have kept my cool a little better. Well, do as you wish. In the past, I toyed with you and tormented you. Now's your chance for revenge against me. The new me will just wander about nervously, ignorant of everything. You may boil or burn her as you see fit. Perhaps doing so will ease your old hatred. I would if it was you. It'd probably make me feel a lot better. But that Beato isn't you. If it isn't me, who is it? It's someone very much like you. But not you. But even so, she most certainly is me. True, she is you. And at the same time, she's a different person. In that case, the new me really has it rough. She's being treated like a plaything in my place. Cackle, cackle. How truly pitiable. That might be the contradiction inside me. The new Beato seems like a different person, so I can't accept her. Even though I know she's a different person, she keeps reminding me of Beato's face. In that case, why not think of her as my daughter? Your daughter? She does share my blood, so consider her a daughter that closely resembles me. After all, she is my double, but hasn't lived 1,000 years. So calling her that is not incongruous. True. Imagine that I have died, left behind a daughter, and entrusted her to you. Won't it become a little easier to deal with her that way? That's actually a good analogy. It's unlike you. Do not jest. That is my daughter. She is the child I left behind after my death. You are free to press my likeness upon her. You may also let loose your pent-up resentment on her in my place. Making her bear my sins and torturing her as you please may calm your grudge. If that doesn't match your taste, you can also guide her down the right path so that she does not end up on the inhumane road that I have tread. She was made to devote herself to you since the moment of her birth. If you wish, you can mold her into any shape you desire. After 1,000 years of miracles, she might even become me. So, I could even strip her naked and drag her around with a chain, like you did to me once. Jeez. Cackle, cackle. Yes, at this point, even greater humiliation would be possible. So. Oh. Come on, game. She is your double and your daughter. Yes, she's exactly the same person, the same piece, which was created once more by the rule called Beatrice. However, when I'm unable to accept it that way, I can think of her as Beato's daughter, finding a clearer guidepost for how to interact with her and smooth the uncertainty in my heart. Finally, I understand how cruel I was to her then. My tears poured to the ground, and when I followed them with my eyes, I noticed that a white business card had fallen onto the floor. It was the message card that had adorned those cookies. I rushed her, telling her to clean up and leave right away, which was probably why it had fallen to the floor unnoticed. I picked it up and read the message on it. It was extremely short, pure, and sincere. It's so clear that I should be able to read it. However, it's blurred with tears. and I can't see anything. No? The flood of light and sound slowly dissipated. The silence that followed was not interrupted even by the sound of wind and rain outside that had once been present. Both Jessica and George timidly opened their eyes. Where in the world is this? It was a strange room they'd never seen before. It looked like a Western-style smoking room. Its furnishings were stylish and expensive. It felt like the room of some dignified person. There was a set of black tea on the table, as well as a chessboard which seemed to be halfway through a game. However, there was something strangely out of place. Black and white checkerboard pattern made it feel like chess, but it looked like a very similar yet totally different game that no one knew of. It's similar to how it both looked like chess and not like chess. The furnishings of this room, no, the room itself. Though it seemed like a Western smoking room, it also felt like something completely different. Just where is this place? Jessica-chan and Kennen-kun. And Shannon? Where's Shannon? I'm right here, George-sama. And I am here, Milady George-sama. We apologize for bringing you to a place like this. What on earth is going on? Just when Shannon took out something that looked like a butterfly wing and started shining, the same thing happened to me. Kennen-kun took out this golden butterfly brooch thing and started to sparkle and... Milady, George-san, first off, please allow us to apologize, and please stay calm. Something strange is about to happen. That strange thing will probably test us. Test us? Do you mean that trial you were just talking about? That we had to overcome if we wanted to be together? Is that it? A trial? I haven't explained it to you yet, milady. My apologies. But please, if your words just a second ago were the truth, please lend me your strength. I'll give it everything I've got, so please. I don't understand a thing that's been happening. Do you know something, George Nissan? A bit. I'm just as surprised as you by what's happening now. However, if they're saying that this is an unavoidable trial, and that we're essential for it, I intend to take on whatever may come. A trial? Kennen-kun. Brooch. Yeah. The two of them brought the halves of the broken golden butterfly brooch closer to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased. Jessica-chan, I want you to prepare your heart as well. I'm already prepared. What do you mean? I don't have a clue. What the hell's going on? It's a trial. A test for a pair of those who love each other. Huh? George spoke these awkward-seeming words quickly and easily. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help turning red. But the expression on George's face, which was so serious that it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Shannon and Kennen were just as serious. With a glow in their eyes, as though they were taking part in a sacred duel, a pair of them brought the two gold butterfly wings together. Then the wings they held became a single brooch and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burnt into the retinas of all present. As the brooch shattered and the two shining things flew out of it, people live for the sake of love. Yes, this world is love itself. Oh, how great is the power of love. Love is everything there is. Suddenly, the voices of two people they had never heard before rang out. What was it? Who were they? George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes. When they did, they saw that two demons had appeared there, almost as though two halves of the brooch had become them. Hey, that's weird, Fur. What are we doing in a place like this? It really is strange, Zepar. There's no one but humans and furniture here. Where's the witch? Where's the witch capable of summoning us? Yes, we remember the name of the witch of the contract really well, don't we? Let's try calling it out, Fur. Yes, you're right, Zepar. We know the name of the witch of the contract, the Golden Witch. Then let's try calling her. Beatrice! Considering their exaggerated theatrical manner and their slightly comical style of talking, it'd probably be hard to comprehend their great power at this point. Oh. When the two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up throughout the room. Then it took the form of two golden witches. Oh, there are two Beatrices. Well, there are two of us as well. Why shouldn't there be two Beatrices every now and then? This is my double and my little sister. We two are the same and as a single person. Pleased to meet you. It's been a long time, Beatrice-sama. Am I dreaming? I feel the same. Still, it's too early to get dumbfounded. Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure, even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next. Demons of the contract, it has been too long, Zepar. And you too, Fur. Okay, let's check their profile. Zepar, one of the 72 great demons, controls love and tests others through trials. Zepar bestows an ultimate defensive barrier of immortality upon the maker of the contract, giving them enough courage to unflinchingly face any wounds love might cause. A hunter of love who likes and preys upon tame boys. Is of a different gender than Fur. Oh? Fur, one of the 72 great demons, controls love and tests others through trials. Fur bestows endless and inexhaustible offensive power upon the maker of the contract, giving them enough courage to fearlessly overcome any barriers to the love. A trainer of love who teaches tame boys the taste of flesh. He is of a different gender than Zepar. Likes and praise, teaches tame boys the taste of flesh. Okay. Curious. Ah, long time no see. You seem to be in high spirits as always. But what a cute little sister you have. I'll bet those teary, juicy eyes taste like white peaches. Well, I wonder. Zepar and Fur latched onto Beato from either side, wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated yet polished, as though they were acting out a play. Leave it at that for now, demons of the contract. To think that tonight will be the last time we see that mischievous spirit. It will be dearly missed. Last time? The brooch, our vessel, has already been destroyed. Hehehe. In other words, our role is finished after this. Ah yes, it has been fun, Beatrice. However, it was decided when the contract was made. It was decided that we must lend our power one more time before our final farewell. So this is truly the final miracle. Once is enough for the miracle of love. After all, eternal love will never be needed a second time. There you have it, lovers. Those gathered here have been cursed to have unfulfilled love unless a miracle occurs. The last chance is the power of the golden butterfly brooch, which can grant such a miracle. Like it or not, this chance is limited to this evening. This miracle can be given only to a single pair. They won't lose. Yeah, let's both give it our all. Shannon and Cannon exchanged serious gazes. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of their love. I don't really get it, but I don't want to borrow the power of some strange demon. Jessica was finally starting to figure this place out. These demons were probably planning to pit her and Cannon against George and Shannon. Let me be clear, this is none of your business. Cannon and I can handle our relationship by ourselves. I shouldn't have to put myself in the debt of some bizarre demons. Milady, please listen. If we don't overcome this trial, we cannot be together. Jessica, accept it. This is the only trial that could possibly be imposed on upstart furniture wishing to be joined with the human. More of this stuff about furniture and humans? Don't butt in. This has nothing to do with us. You still haven't told Milady? I didn't know how I should explain it. Cannon-kun, Shannon, and you, George D-san, why are you listening to these creeps? No one can stand in the way of a person's love. Why do we have to please these demons? It's none of their business. Well, it seems we have quite a troublesome blockhead among us. We could begin the game like this, but that would hardly be fair. Couldn't you explain it for her? I don't understand it that well myself. Is there some kind of problem with the love between Jessica-san and Cannon-san? Oh my, it seems you and the others understand nothing at all. With our blessing, the pair can cultivate their love at their leisure. No need to worry about suspicious demons. However, without our blessing, your love will vanish, disappear, wither and decay. How the hell are you so sure? Because that is fate. You're free to choose not to accept it, free to choose not to resist it. Oh, what happens if you choose not to resist it? That love will end, but perhaps an abstract explanation isn't so convincing. Well now, how could one explain the dead end fate you're in? Ushimiya Jessica, a future shared between the two of you would be far more grim than you realize. If you don't gain the miracle of magic, disaster will most certainly befall you. Then it will cover you, fester within, and split the two of you apart. Even I will not be so boorish as to describe the details of that process. However, if you don't believe, Jessica, I will tell you how it ends. Cannon will stop being a servant, and will leave the island, for all eternity. You will probably leave the island yourself in search of the one you love, but such a venture will doubtless be in vain. Yes, and then you will mourn and hate. Hate who? You. Me? No, the you of this moment. With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she left, the person left with regrets would be Jessica herself. What the hell are you saying? When you've lost the one you love, you'll realize how much you hate the person you were when you ran away from the trial to complete that love. Yes, we're messengers from the you of the future. Please, at this very moment, take your love seriously and fight. And if you don't listen to the message of the you from the future, the foolish snake eating its own tail will keep on gulping. The endless cycle of suffering will swallow you up, and you will simply vanish. What the hell are you talking about? Jessica's confusion showed on her face as anger. However, a memory of something she'd heard a long time ago welled up in the back of her mind. No. Unlike Nason, I don't plan on working here for many years. After just a few years, or possibly, if Nason ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too. Cannon-kun. If you give up on the miracle of magic and hand it over to Shannon and George, They'll be joined and will leave the island. Following that, Kennen will leave the island as well. That is fate and unavoidable. Then what if they can obtain the miracle of magic? Of course, Kennen will remain on the island by Jessica's side for all time. He will probably start learning music with Jessica as she desires. How their relationship will progress afterwards is a matter for the two lovers. They can deepen their relationship slowly all by themselves as Jessica wanted. However, if that happens, George-san and I will not be joined. Fate demands that we fight, putting our happiness and futures on the line. Are you kidding me? What the hell? So if we are joined, the other pair will split apart? What kind of demon's game is this? Don't be mistaken. You will not be taking something from each other. Without the power of the golden butterfly brooch, neither love is fated to bear fruit. And who the hell decided that? It is due to your sin of falling in love with furniture, which is not allowed to love. Didn't Kennen clearly reject you, saying that furniture was not qualified to love, knowing that you chose Kennen as the one you loved, and won't let you get away with saying you didn't know? Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then George spoke up with that soft tone that he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was still ruthlessly serious. Jessica-chan, can't you think of it this way? Think of it what way? I love Shannon. I'm prepared to overcome any and all trials and obstacles that stand in the way of us being together. What about you? Well, I'm not so weak that I'd lose heart that easily. Yes, that's it exactly. At this moment, we are being tested. Tested to see who can display the strength of our feelings more strongly. Are you saying that you actually support this crazy plan of theirs? It doesn't matter whether I support it or not. When I gave Shannon that engagement ring, I swore to fight all trials and barriers that stand in my way. No matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible these trials might be, I cannot choose to avoid them. George spoke clearly, then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. If she kept on grumbling and avoiding this demon's trial, the game between the two groups would automatically end with her defeat by default. In other words, George and Shannon would win. Then they would gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Kennen would split apart, with Kennen eventually leaving the island and never seeing her again. Nothing would make me happier than to see you step out of this trial. That way, I wouldn't have to fight you. And that would show the limits of your feelings for Kennen-kun. It seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If Jessica lost by default, she would never be able to clear away her lingering regrets. That would leave a bad aftertaste for George as well. We must fight openly for that single miracle. Even if I lose at the end, I'll be able to accept it if we both give it our all. And because of that, I'll be able to cheer on the victors from the bottom of my heart. Humph. George's determination is quite impressive. After hearing that, are you still going to run away? The two demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he still challenged her with cold eyes. And Shannon? Please forgive me, milady. I'm determined not to flinch in my resolve. Even if I know that sticking to my feelings means ending your loving relationship, milady. Shannon had never before spoken to Jessica with such serious and solemn words. Jessica realized what a strong will had dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend, and was surprised. Kennen-kun, I want to start a new life with you, milady. Even if that life means crushing Nesan's happiness. I will not falter. Kennen was also doing all he could to restrain himself. Yes, all of them were being serious and frank. and abandoning any naivety they might have possessed. All this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic, and the trial that the demons were giving them, none of it mattered. Only one thing was being tested: whether or not they possessed the strong will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fists and hung her head, shaking, while biting her lower lip. She was silent, but she would probably gain an unswerving will of steel before too long. She just needed a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with dramatic gestures did not violate the silence that Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As the demons of love, they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was. Jessica-san. Furthermore, this magical miracle is something that can be received by you as well. By me too? What do you mean? She had thought this had been about two pairs of lovers, yet to was surprised to suddenly hear that this had something to do with her as well. With the miracle of the golden butterfly brooch, even your wish that your affection for Battler would be acknowledged, can be granted easily. And without such a miracle, no, you too can never be bound to him. It means you're no outsider to this either. To cut across the marshes of love, that is your wish, is it not? We will not make light of your wish. Even your relationship with Battler will eventually fester and rot. No matter how much of a positive outlook you take, you know that this fate will eventually come to pass, barring some kind of miracle. Well, Beato hung her head, sadly. She hadn't wanted to lose heart from that cookie incident. However, it would have been a massive lie to say that it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she had been born in order to get close to Battler. She was like a hedgehog freezing in the cold and bunching together for warmth. She had approached him because of love, and had been hurt for it. If you understand that much, trusting your fate to a miracle may prove to be of some interest. As they say, an unbought lottery ticket earns you nothing. Separ, Fur, let my little sister join in too. Oh, of course. Welcome, second Beatrice. We were planning on including you from the very beginning. Alright, and that's where we do a break, because I gotta do I got shrimp to eat. Say I'll 10-15 minutes, I guess. Because I imagine this is going to start like immediately, right? But yeah, let's do the break. Also, I'm going to save just in case. Just in case. For safety. We're not ending this stream. But yeah, un momento. I'm back. Okay. Oh man, that was like 15 minutes. Turns out I don't like hush puppies as much. But yeah. Time stamp for the return. Okay. Yeah, let's see what this Battle of Love is all about. Oh wait. Do we... Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the counter's still going. Cool. Good. I have a feeling it's gonna be Jessica and Cannon. Maybe. I have a feeling. Of course. Welcome, second Beatrice. We were planning on including you from the beginning. After all, we are Zepar and Fur, demons of love. But although Beatrice is in this, then maybe Beatrice? I don't know. There's a 33% chance of being right. May I join in as well? If you want to, I don't see a problem. It won't prevent anyone from entering. We'll win against all hindrances and make everyone celebrate our union. If you want to, I don't see a... Oh. Of course, it's the same the other way around. If you succeed in love by defeating us at our best, then both Shannon and I promise to sincerely support the pair that wins. Right, Shannon? Ooh, fresh. Yes, you will not lose. And even if we did, we would cheer you on from the bottom of our hearts. I feel the same. I will not lose. Well, if there's no way out of this fight, let's show them what we've got, no matter what. Kaneko and I don't plan on losing. Feel the same, do you not? Yes. There is even a small chance that Father... no. That Battler-san will acknowledge me. I'm willing to put myself on the line. Well said. Good going, little sister. Zepar, Fur, the actors have gathered. Then let's begin, Fur. Yes, let us begin, Zepar. Let's begin this trial of lovers, the fight over a single miracle of magic. Oh. Apparently I should have just waited a little bit longer. Whoops. It's fine. But I wasn't sure if it was gonna start immediately. So I had to do it because I didn't want the shrimp to get cold. Erica had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't help her listen in on the voices in the cousin room. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long way away from the cousin room. Last time my room was right next to theirs. I see. So he's placed my room farther away this time. Such a modification to the initial arrangement is well covered by the authority given to the game master. It would seem to be quite a reasonable first move. Well, it's better for me that way too. Like I'd want to hear those brats' squeaky voices as they play cards. This whole time, Erica had been facing the desk and working on something. She was preparing some of those packing tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape in the place. She drew a complicated signature that could not be counterfeited across it with a permanent marker, then began making notches across it. This way, if she ever wanted to prove that some opening had remained closed, she could stick this tape over it, creating a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red True. These menacing seals had cornered Natsuhi so thoroughly in the previous game. It's weird that we're not focusing on the adults in this one. Great. Tape. Is something wrong? He got me. That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erica grimaced and showed the piece of packing tape she had torn off to Lanner. At a glance, Lanner couldn't tell what had annoyed Erica. However, as soon as she held it, she realized the difference right away. This won't be any good. Yep, it's barely sticky at all. This won't reach even close to the red truth. Even packing tape can be of low quality. It sometimes gets weaker with age. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal. It is possible to tear it off cleanly. This cannot count as proof of seal. I guess Battler isn't as totally incompetent as I thought. He probably tampered with all the packing tape on the island using the authority of the Game Master. Letting Erica get her hands on packing tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact. And so, Battler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion. Most likely, all possible substitutes for packing tape have also been tampered with. Probably. Well, it isn't really so bad. At least this way I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain. Erica tossed the packing tape aside carelessly and flopped Spread Eagle onto the bed. Anyway, waiting calmly for the crime and smoking a pipe is also part of a detective's role. I doubt you'll have any role until the first twilight begins. So why not vanish off somewhere and take a break? I imagine that just the sight of my face is tiresome for you. I do not smoke. I'm just a kid. Oh, really? I wish I could. Well, only if it really is as refreshing as smokers claim. It seems that you're not in high spirits. Does it look that way? Erica answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that the sound of the ticking clock rang out clearly. Lady Erica, may I ask a question? Depends on what it is. Answer's probably no, though. Well, we're just killing time anyway. What is it? Maybe Erica was bored too. Or perhaps the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She agreed to listen to Lanner, which was very unlike her. Why? Why do you hate magic? Ah, you mean that thing downstairs with Maria. It was merely a foolish trick to deceive children. Everyone knew that. Was it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion? I cannot understand. Erica didn't need Lanner to tell her that it had been a childish fight. Well, I am a self-proclaimed intellectual rapist. Can't stand having magic confuse the truth. So you feel pleasure from exposing that. I sense a different emotion. Different emotion? What's that? To me it feels less like pet pleasure and more like a different negative emotion. Huh. You really are a murder doll, aren't you? Even your eyes are like knotholes. My apologies. Please forgive me. Erica rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Lanner, so Lanner couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason, she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Interpreting this to mean that Erica wanted her to go away, Lanner gave a bow and made to leave. Then, Erica suddenly spoke. The words seemed so utterly out of place that Lanner doubted her ears, and she had to ask Erica to say it again. What did you say? I love you. What? It really did seem utterly out of place. Lanner wanted to see what Erica really meant, but the latter still had her back turned, and her face was out of sight. Thank you very much. I was going out with someone else a while back, but we've completely broken up. The others might say things out of envy, but please ignore them. I'm gonna devote my whole life to you, So I want you to do the same for me. Let's find happiness together. Lana avoided asking what she was talking about, and stood there in silence. For a while, Erica kept on dully and emotionlessly repeating sloppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then, unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur. A new wallet. Of course, she had no idea what Erica was saying. However, with her back still to Lanner, Erica kept on saying disconnected words. A strange cat keychain. A type of cologne that didn't suit him. A music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from a senior at the theater. His senior was asking, so he had to go. He suddenly got a new part-time job. He said he was talking with a friend on the phone who just wouldn't hang up. Made too much curry. Went to the theater practice more often. The way he folds paper towels. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. Toilet seat was left down. Spent the night over at his stage friend's place. My acting friends had a party here earlier. Someone must have left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. Receipts and point cards from places he never goes. Toilet seat left down, though? I mean, that's just courtesy, right? The muddy soles are evidence that he went out on Sunday when it was raining. That matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. That's a leading question. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence. Evidence. Circumstantial evidence. Observation. Surveillance. Tracking. Tailing. Information gathering. Wiretapping. Asking around. Questioning. I found tons of evidence that I loved you. Found tons of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I treasure you for all my life, and I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you liked seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? Seriously, we're not okay? Come on, if all we do is fight when we see each other, maybe we both need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. This girl working with Senpai suddenly said she wouldn't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have time for this. Anyway, if you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Stay away. Just go home, bitch. I don't love you anymore. Don't cry, damn it. It's disgusting. Just die. Stop shouting, damn it. You're annoying the neighborhood. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Jeez. That love cannot be seen? Ha! That's backwards. Because of love, you end up seeing things that don't even exist. It's nothing more than an illusion. One that no one but you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to sift through truth and lies. Because we can see things like that, we doubt, we suffer, we cry out loud. Right now I'm happy. Though it may be temporary, I've become the Witch of Truth. As I am now, I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-read words. What about you? How would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man couldn't have played the part of my opponent in that game. I was wondering how you would have countered it. Lanner was suddenly thrust into the position of Erica's opponent. In the witch's game, she had once challenged that man too. Lanner shared in the fragments of Erica's past and was made to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erica's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all of those into pieces, and was already cornering the opponent. For some time, Lanner thought in silence, and announced her by-the-book response. First move. I demand that you provide evidence that I've been cheating. Counter with the blue truth. I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with the blue truth. I present 6 points of circumstantial and physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the numbers of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced. When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world, so by the standard rules, Erica would win. First point to me. Your next move? I will attempt to switch offense and defense. I ask that you, Lady Erica, provide proof that you are not cheating. Perpetual check. That's a forbidden move, since it would result in an endless repetition of the same question going both ways. Then I frankly declare that despite a lack of proof, I still love Lady Erica even now. That's not red truth, so it's invalid. Even if it was red, that'd be a stalemate. After all, I'd have no move to counter with. Lanner remained silent for a while, and she quietly responded to Erica's moves until they reached checkmate. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches, since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it also represents a draw. Because of this, it's a splendid final move that a weaker player can pull off if they're unable to win outright. In this situation, Erica clearly had the advantage, so it was natural that Lanner would seek a stalemate to obtain the tie. However, that would only be the case in chess. In the game where witches fight over the truth, it's a forbidden move. So it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Lanner had no way to turn the game around. However, regardless of what the real truth between the pair of them had been, this game would be. Any other moves? Oh, witch-hunting Archbishop, protector of the truth? No. I resign. See? There you go. Erica had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused. That her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to. A splendid game, a splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erica could win. A splendid victory. Lanner could only respond in silence, and with that, Erica spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Lanner to leave. Lanner understood this, but even so, before leaving, she wanted to tell Erica one thing. A splendid game, Lady Erica. It's only natural that the detective wins. Even before you became Lady Birkestel's piece, you truly were a splendid wielder of the blue truth. However, Lady Erica, humans are only allowed to use the blue truth. And the only thing that can counter the blue truth is the red truth, and humans are not allowed to use the red truth. In that case, how should your opponent have shown his truth? Who knows? Maybe he should have used that gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times. You certainly were the victor in that game. However, allow me to say this as a protector of the truth. What? I imagine it's something unpleasant, so say it and go away. Yes, this game is your victory. However, you still have not denied the 6 points of blue truth evidence I used to claim that I still love you. Even you are human. You cannot use red truth to deny those points. Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth. By the power of my master. I am human, yet superior to humans. A detective and a witch. I am the Witch of Truth, Rudo Erica. Any other questions? Parting remarks? I have none. In that case, please excuse me. Lanner bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single Witch of Truth, laughing off a bitter past with an equally bitter smile. Judging by the bedside clock, it was almost exactly 2400. Okay, guess I should get a little sleep. The curtain is finally open on the second day, October 5th. I wonder if this round's murders are happening somewhere about now. Hope our victims leave us some interesting dying messages this time. Oh? Why didn't you discuss this with your mother? This is about the partner who's supposed to support you throughout the rest of your life. That's right. She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. And that's why you need to choose very carefully, right? How can you be so rash? Ava and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon. Ava's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm. Did you sleep with her? She told you she was pregnant to force you into a marriage, didn't she? How rude. I'm a strong believer in preserving chastity before marriage. Then why an engagement? I asked her. She accepted. What more could be needed? No, it's all wrong. Marriage isn't as easy as it seems in manga or whatever you're thinking of. What about her parents? Relationships between the two families? Are you some stray alley cat, or are you Ushirimiya George? How could you be so rash now, when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor? Why didn't you consult me? I'm consulting you right now. No, not consulting. I'm just reporting. I've never counted on being selected as grandfather's successor. In fact, I'd rather refuse it if it did come to that. I want to build up my own country and castle from the empty wilds, just like father did. Now listen here. Do you realize how hard your father has worked to get here? That's not something you could duplicate just by imitating him. Do you understand how often he was saved by luck and coincidence before now? But he got through it because he had a wonderful life partner by his side, you. Sayo is the kind of person who will support me and make me be reborn as an even stronger man. You've praised me for becoming the adult I am, but that could never have happened without her. What? Are you listening, George? Just let your mother handle this for now. Cool your head and think very carefully. Shannon isn't the only person interested in you, right? Yumi-san from that marriage meeting really took a liking to you. First I've heard of it. I thought you knew. Her parents were also very impressed by you. If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Yumi-san is the one who'd really be able to help you, right? Do you intend to betray her feelings? There's nothing to betray. There was never any special relationship between Mayumi-san and me. We just had a marriage meeting and our parents got all fired up afterwards. They made us go out together several times, but we never even looked at each other. Mayumi-san is a well-bred, modest woman, isn't she? She just couldn't look at you because you're a man and it would be embarrassing and ill-mannered. If you can't feel anything from her unless she looks at your eyes, then just tell her that. I'm sure she'll look at you in the future. Do you want me to marry Yumi-san because it will benefit you? You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself. Oh? George, how can you say that? Have I ever failed to think about what's best for you? I haven't, have I? What is a parent's job? It's to look after the long-term welfare of their children, right? You've been looking down upon your entire future from a great height. And from our vantage point, we can see that you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path. That's why I'm saying this, even though I know you'll hate me for it. If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this fight. I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be. You hear me, George? Leave this to your mother. There's no need for you to meet with Shannon and Chen anymore. We'll take care of everything for you. Don't worry, you won't do anything bad to Shannon Chan. After all, it's thanks to her that you've grown so much. We won't forget that. So leave the rest to us. George. Oof. Sometime during Ava's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. Even George is a child of man, after all. Though he understands that marriage requires nothing more than the love of two people, he can't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so, he is trapped between the tears of the mother, who has always helped him, and the fiancé he chose. Or is he? Okay, I think that's about enough. Huh? All my life, you've done a great job raising me, and I'm grateful for that. When I have children and become a parent, I'll become a parent like you. I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world. One who can truly fight for his children's sake. George? With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then he slowly turned around. It was, without a doubt, the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he was now his own man. Self-controlled and independent enough that their blood connection might be forgotten. I think it's about time. For what? I think it's about time you learned to let go of your son, Mother. From now on, let's stop talking as mother and son. I'm George. You are Ava. Let's forget that you're my parent and let our true intentions ring clear. The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances, and so that you can look good in that continuing quarrel between you and your siblings. You have no other reason. You'd do well to just give up and admit it now. I'm about to share my point of view with you. I suggest you do the same. After all, you will lose. No traces of love or respect for his mother remained in George's eyes. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future. George, why? Are you looking at your mother like that? Because I'm not looking at my mother. All I see is a wall, a trial, that's standing in the way of the future I'm trying to grasp. You're only human. I know that you have dreams and ambitions and that you're still chasing after those. And I think that's a wonderful thing. We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. So, I'll need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo, and I've grown. And the last thing I've learned, acquired and perfected, is the real Ushiramiya George. Now, I'll overcome the final barrier. You. Oh? What? Ava had disappeared. Pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in the one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Then, could it be? Oh? Wait, what? Wait, why? Wait, what? Okay. Sure, it's good for people to let their true feelings show every once in a while. I'll speak my mind too. So why don't you just lay it all out as well? Ha 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 ha. In the rain-filled sky, with a moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the Golden Witch of the future, who had finally obtained everything in the Ushirmiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness, because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. This way, I can confidently show her my true self. Here we go, Mother. Here we go, Ava. This is my first step towards escaping from your shackles. First step... With that first step, I felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that this sickly sensation, different from that of mud, represented his mother's arrogance trying to prevent him from making that first step. I used to read to you all the time when you were little, didn't I? Do you remember your favorite story, Journey to the West? That takes me back. It's probably the first fantasy I really loved. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by Buddha. If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I'll acknowledge your wish. Then, Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world, and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were Buddha's fingers, and that he still hadn't left Buddha's hand. And you're likening this to my first step? Me declaring my intention to break free from you? Your resistance, your conflicts, your anguish, and self-restraint, and everything else. All of it is a road I once traveled down. This first step of yours is so trivial that, when compared to my life, it just get gobbled up. How long are you going to look away? If only you just look at your feet. At George's feet, on the pitch-black earth soaked by the pounding rain, was what appeared to be a slightly red sash that glowed ominously and blocked George's first step. It was deep, viscous, and it held George's foot in place. From Ava's perspective, as she gazed down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out of George at the center. That's right. This is me. This is me being tied down by countless studies and raised for the sake of your ambitions. No, that's not it. Let me put it so you can understand. I'll show you. And then you'll realize the truth. Ah-ha-ha. The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pot. Then it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung about. Laughing insanely, Ava was as innocent and cruel as a grade schooler, happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes. Oh? Gah! Whoa! Giggle, giggle. Come on, try to remember, okay? What happened on Tuesdays? Yeah. I remember. That was piano lessons. I still cringe whenever I stepped on that. Whenever I hear I stepped on the cat. Did violin in kindergarten. That's the sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right? But you didn't seem to have the talent, so we switched you over to piano. Then, do you remember what you did on Wednesdays? I remember. That was the day I had cram school. It was so far away and a real pain to have to travel to. And Thursdays? That was the day for supplemental lessons. You were just terrible at subjects with memorization, weren't you? You could apply your knowledge, but were horrible at learning by rote. A classic, he can do it if he tries kid. That one stung. Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's a British aphorism, isn't it? Making you get and stay motivated was the hardest thing to do. Jeez. God. Wow. Yeah. George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spiderweb reduced to the witch's plaything. She innocently swung him around and smashed him about, all with an insane laugh, again and again. Do you remember what you did on Fridays? Of course. As far as after-school lessons go, that one was pretty unique. A school you go to with your parents can be trying in more ways than one. Don't buy your child a fishing rod, go fishing with him. You certainly like British education theory, don't you, Mother? Wow! That school was hard on us parents too. But for you, it was the most effective one. The monthly fee was high and it was a pain to have to spend Friday nights there every week. But it did more for you than anything else. That's when I realized. Kids don't grow up unless their parents watch over them. If children are sprouts, then parents are the sun. No plants will bud, and no flowers will bloom without the sun. Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time. And what about Saturdays, huh? That's when the tutor came. He came to our house, which made it much easier, right? It was a pain having to invite some other person to my own private room every week. I hated the smell of sweat left behind when he left, so much that I can still remember it. He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it. Then, on the Sundays and Mondays that followed, I didn't have any extra school, and I could finally rest. How ironic. Have those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday held me down all this time. I really am just like Sun Wukong. Cackle cat. Yeah, if you're arrogant enough to think that you can escape from the palm of my hand, you'll be crushed by Buddha's 5 mountains. Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday, are named after in Japanese. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies. Just like Sun Wukong, you need to reflect upon and be punished for your arrogance. If you can show that you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you. That's not being released, it's brainwashing. Ugh. There's no need to think about anything. Why not just leave everything to Mama? I'll decide everything for you. That's the best kind of life for you. I found the most intellectual woman in the world, willing to devote herself to you entirely. I'll arrange for all of your successes and even prepare the roads leading to them. And eventually you'll be chosen for the highest honor in the Ushirimiya family, the position as successor to the headship. Only then will you begin your true life. A first step? Don't make me laugh. You still haven't even been born yet. This isn't my web that you're caught in. Oh. You're still inside my caring, nurturing womb. Jeez. George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was a heartless atrocity, unlike anything one would expect a blood-related son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh wrapped in the red bag was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air, where it was caught in a massive spiderweb in the sky, still covered with fresh blood. While he hung there as though crucified, George didn't even twitch. Even if he had some power to resist remaining to him, the red web pinning him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied George. Be sealed by the 5 mountains and cool your head. I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shan-Chan's a bad kid, okay? She's a great girl, the one who gave you the chance you needed to grow up. However, an ill-considered engagement is a different matter entirely. The issue has nothing to do with some failing on her part. Understand that. Blame the problem, not the peer. Right? That's another British saying. I really did raise you to be a smart kid. No, I am raising you. You're still inside me, right? You need to be nurtured a little longer. Okay, that's enough punishment, so apologize to your mother. The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky. Thank you, Mother. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head. Everything you've done so far. You've done. For me, haven't you? Thank you. Thanks for everything. That's right. You must hate me now. But one day you'll thank me. I'm sure you'll understand how much I loved you. Being bound by all those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday, that's a sign of how hard you work to raise me to be an excellent man. That's another British phrase. To cover a child in blessings is the greatest education of all. Thank you. In return, I'll give you a British saying. What's that? Even if you strike all the trees in the forest once with an axe, you will not fell a single tree. And what does that mean? Maybe this one is clearer. To spend too much time in studies is sloth. Francis Bacon. A man drenched in mud and blood. Straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it. Something that could only appear on a self-controlled man. Not one who had merely been dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid. I cannot count the number of things I've learned from Saya. She taught me courage and chivalry, how to be ambitious and witty and humorous and just a little stylish. It's ironic. Almost all of the things you say are so wonderful about me didn't come from you at all. George, are you still? Time to get back in Mother's womb. I'll nurture you in a sea of warmth once more. As Ava howled, a bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet, once more and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, at that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped. With a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. What? That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web. Everything I owe you for what you've done. I paid back now with pain. Thanks to that, I think I'll finally be able to leave the nest for good. We really do need these, every now and then. Fights between parents and kids. George, why must you disobey me so completely and with a little girl like that? Looks like you really do need to let go, Mother. Maybe it's about time. Time for what? It's about time. Time to start fighting back. Farting? Did I say farting or fighting? Shit. Time to start fighting back. The curtain of spiderwebs that Ava shot out in defense were all too slow. George weaved through them in one instant, and the next, he was right before her eyes. Ava jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, and then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. Guess there's one thing I can thank you for teaching me. Oh, and what day of the week was that? It's the martial arts training we focused on during long breaks from school. Huh. I'm glad, George, to hear you're grateful for at least one thing. Your mother is happy. Ava's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, mid-level attack. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Ava's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth. You should have learned Muay Thai too. It would have been more fun to have learned it with you. You're right. Never had more fun than when I was learning martial arts with you. Then right now is when we get to have the most fun. Isn't it fun, George? Isn't it? Is it fun to play with your son like this, Mother? Yes, it is. You're my precious son, and I'll love you lots and lots inside my womb. I even love it when you kick in there. Jeez. Understood. But this kick's coming from the outside of your belly. George's knee buried itself into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Ava watched her son's kick with a proud smile, and then vomited. Getting on in years, Mother. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that. George! Her chin still covered in vomit. Ava looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses. Both you and I need to leave our childhood days behind. So long, Mother. The fierce lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. However, the power of the red magic circle surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but her heart had been punched through. Ava slumped backwards and landed in the puddle with a splash. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain. I know you're somewhere up over there, Gap. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then a pitch-black hole opened in the air there, and Gap jumped out. Impressive. Even considering that it was before her ascension, I can't believe you managed to defeat Ava Beatrice. Thought you'd be there. Thanks for not interfering. Glad we were able to keep it between mother and son. But of course, I wasn't here. You summoned me just now. Doesn't matter either way. I have something to ask of you. Is there any reason I should listen? Will you refuse to listen? With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who could control demons. That presence made Gap gulp, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. I like hot guys, but I like monarchs even more. Your wish is my command, O Demon King. I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Umineko family, and who lived her life with the misguided dreams of that position. So, in Kenzo's study? No. The VIP room will do fine. That never-opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion. Ah, that room. As you wish, Your Majesty. Gap approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowed both Gap and the corpse, and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Ava always carried, marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the Umineko family's leader, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air, and after passing by the blue moon that honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hand. Yes, George. The instant he grasped it, another fierce lightning bolt landed nearby. And by the time the flash disappeared, the staff he held had become a spray of gold butterflies and vanished. It was as though George had crushed the staff out of existence. And now, I finished my part. I'll let someone else have a turn. I can't believe you attacked your own mother. It's the person who loves you first in this world. And the last one you have to separate yourself from. That's what it means to leave your home. This is the courage I need to show to take Sayo as my wife. George-sama. Bravo, Ushimiya George. An excellent start. Even though it was just within the game, even though it was just a piece, I didn't like having to kill my mother. However, that was the trial you set me, so I saw it through. You stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar exaggerated gestures. Wonderful! Wasn't that splendid, Zepar? Indeed it was, Furfur. George Kuhn's determination is the real deal. It seems I've misjudged you. Please accept my apologies. George chose not to go along with this theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. This was the trial that Zepar and Furfur had set for him, so that the love of the pair will stand true, offer up the life of one person by your own hands. It was similar to that trial during Beito's games, where they were given 3 options as part of the test to select the next family head. However, a pair of lovers would never abandon each other's lives, so they were automatically left with the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that they only had to choose the life of one person other than themselves instead of all. Besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parricide. But to those who stood around the game board in this witch's smoking room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces, representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, the fact remained that the demons had ordered them to take these lives, even if it was just within one of the endless fragment worlds. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events on the demon's game board. But Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life, even if it was only their life as a piece on the Game Boy. Have you been scared stiff? No. The Beatrice that Battler-san desires would not be shaken by the likes of this. Well then, who will undergo the next trial? Please choose the next victim. It doesn't matter who. Please name the next challenger. Any one of you may go. If no one speaks up, that means I win, doesn't it? Yes, that's right. If so, congratulations, Ushimiya George. The key that leads to successful love between you and the one you cherish. We will now proudly grant... Hold it right there. As the demons delightedly named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger. Jessica-san. I'm up next. Okay, I'll do it. I'll show you that I'm serious about Kennen-kun. Oh boy. So this is the... But how does this work? Because... Is it just one per family member? Or love trial? What did it say? 12-10 or something? As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted. Natsuha and Kirie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring, even as you just sit there quietly. Even Kirie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the breaks, so she had felt like doing the same, and had drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Kirie's expression was less tightly controlled than when her husband was around. She wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her cheek against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty of one. Who is it? She suddenly sensed another person. Turned around to look behind her and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway. Oh, it's you, Jessica-chan. Didn't you go to the guest house? Well, I sort of decided to head back to my room to get a book. I see. And you're on your way back to the guest house now? Yes, that's right. Can't stand this rain. Is the wind really strong? It's weak right now, relatively speaking. As Kirie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated. Aunt Kirie, I'm sorry, but you've only got your bad luck to blame. Ah, Zepar. Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kirie. What will you do, Jessica? The roulette has chosen Kirie, but you may reject that choice and spin the roulette again if you wish. It doesn't matter whose life is sacrificed for this trial. Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Ava to be his sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life, married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular regret, or target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That was no exaggeration. She had walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself that the first person she met would be chosen as her sacrifice. And so, the roulette of fate had brought her to Kirie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep to that rule. However, Jessica didn't want to break a rule she had once made. Even though she was participating in a demon's game, she still wanted to cling to this one last virtue. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back. But Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself. What is it? Do you have something to say to me? Noticing the strange distance Jessica was standing at, KDA turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had made her lose her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Canon. However, would it really be okay to sell her soul to demons? For the sake of love? She had energetically consented to this demon's game, not wanting to let George, who had already taken an open-minded view of the situation, get any more of a lead on her, but her heart still wasn't ready. Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Aunt Kirie. What is it? It's rare for you to ask me questions, Jessica-chan. Hope I'm capable of answering them for you. Actually, I have someone I like. Oh, really? That's wonderful, giggle. Then is it love you wanted to talk about? Yeah, pretty much. Very well. I'll help out if I can. Thank you very much. Actually, is it still one-sided? No, I guess you could say that it's just become mutual. But, well, there's this trial for us to be joined together. A trial? Now, what could that be? There's the two of us and another pair of lovers, and we have to fight each other. You mean a love triangle? Or is it a square? It sounds complicated. And only the pair who wins can be together. It's something complicated like that. In other words, that sounds awful. Love where neither side can succeed unless they use the other as stepping stones. Yes, if we're joined, then they'll fall apart. And the same the other way around. I think I see where you're going with this. Something like this, right? How far is a person allowed to take advantage of others to find happiness, right? Yes, Kirie was very smart. She had already guessed the question that Jessica had wanted to ask most. If you don't fight, it automatically becomes their victory, and you'll lose. However, if you fight and win, it means they'll fall apart. It's nasty either way. However, the answer is obvious. Yes? Kirie giggled. She wasn't willing to stick to her love until the end, and that would show the limits of their relationship. If that were the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was the love she couldn't abandon, she couldn't abandon her chances at victory either. So, she had no options other than to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt over forcing the others to split apart as the result of her inevitable decision. I guess I really am just looking for an excuse. Yes, that's what you're doing. Still, that doesn't make it any easier to step over someone else for the sake of your own love. In that case, will you give up on your lover? I can tell you one thing for certain. Doing that will be even more painful. You'll be forced to crawl through hell for the rest of your life. Hardness had entered Kirie's gaze. I was just 6, so I don't remember much about that time. However, I found Mom's notebook among her belongings after she died. Was it a diary? It was more a collection of her thoughts. It was much vaguer than a diary would have been. I found it and read it right after she passed away, but I needed to wait until I'd grown for several years before I could understand it. I see. So, did it speak of Kirie's worries about her marriage? It was practically a book of curses. It cleared up several questions I'd vaguely felt back when I was 6. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I thought it odd that Oni-chan lived separately, even though he was in our family, I accepted it as the way things were. Did you not know about Asumu? I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one was around, but it wasn't something a kid who wasn't even in elementary school could understand. After all, I never even saw a picture of her. Mom had sent all the pictures with the Suma-san in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in the house. To Angie and to Battler, who only rarely came home, Kirie's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Angie would probably never have known them. Since his school days, Rudolph had been particularly popular with girls, typical playboy. Be bold, over the top, but still just a little bit gentle towards women. He probably kept that formula for being popular with women inside his head. In their attempts to win Rudolph's favor, several women tried various seductive tricks. Rudolph probably enjoyed that part the most. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women, lap up their compliments, and revel in the harem. He may be my father, but he was an awful man. But at the same time, Dad must have looked down on those toadying girls. Mom, who was very aware of her self-worth and extremely intelligent, must have stood out. Though even that might have been due to Kirie's more skillful methods of catching Rudolph's gaze. Yeah, maybe. Mom was smart in a lot of ways. Like the other Ushomiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of, if you can pull it off, you're golden, and as long as no one finds out, he would alternate between setting up businesses that were borderline swindles or illegal and running away. I've heard that in his college years he was already making use of that talent, thinking up shameless projects and cleverly making money through the panic selling of party tickets. So much so that he could brag about carrying a wallet full of 110,000 yen notes all the time. Many women fell for his charisma in being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kirie wasn't one of them. However, what made Kirie very different from the other women is that she could support Rudolph as a business partner. Rudolph would make a large-scale party successful, unable to hide his laughter at this massive easy profit. The women would surround him. Among them, only Kirie was calm and composed. She could point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon. It could even lay out a proposal for the next project. So, Rudolph slowly began to accept her as a partner. Just like some people say, men don't belong in the kitchen. There's also a sense that women should stay out of financial affairs. It's normal for men to foot the bill for women. The details of how those 10,000 yen notes were scrounged up are vulgar, so they don't ask, don't know, don't care. So you're saying that Kirie viewed money from a man's perspective. Rudolph noticed a true treasure in this part of Kirie. He knew exactly how much hard work it took to get just one of those 10,000 yen notes. So somewhere inside him, he had looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Of all of them, only Kirie possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time he thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kirie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kirie steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers. My mom is still a woman. I doubt she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all those other girls. So she would rather have been his only one instead of his number one. Yeah, though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in the shadows. It was only a matter of time before Mom would succeed in her love. When did Asumu come into the picture? She was one of Rudolph-san's groupies. No, not even that. She was just one of his fans. Did you ever talk with her? Of course, I knew her well. Ever since the beginning, very beginning, before Rudolph-san even knew her name. I'm sure she was quite intelligent herself, and cunning. Tried to use my intelligence to stick out, but she did it in the exactly opposite way. By being stupid? Giggle. I mean, she was good at triggering his protective instinct. Out of all the girls who came to flatter and flirt with him, only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph-san had tired of. Kirie still acknowledges the mistake she made in letting Asumu and Rudolph get too close. Kirie thought that taking the role of Rudolph's business partner meant she would have him all to herself. That might have been due to her pride, and it might have been her arrogance as she tried to eliminate the relationships between all the other girls and Rudolph. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph had started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him, without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumu. I am ruthless and intellectual, rational and economical. In a plank of Carnides? What is it? Carnides. Okay. Damn, we are dropping a lot of frames. Why? Okay. In a plank of Carnides situation, I would push the other person off without hesitation. Thought that was the kind of partner suitable for him. However, that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply outside of business. At some point, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kirie's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Asumu had satisfied all those conditions. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head to say she didn't know. However, she would care more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning. Yes, I did get the position of his business partner, but before I knew it, Rudolph-san had grown a need for a mental partner, someone who could heal his heart. Though I foolishly claimed to be the intellectual one, I never noticed. And then, Uncle Rudolph married Aunt Asumu? Yes, that's right. She stole him away by sleeping with him. He had slept with a lot of women. By that point, he wasn't the kind of guy to let his emotions be captured by a woman just because he slept with her. After all, sleeping with women was just a game to him. That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention. What pride, as a woman. Before long, they were both pregnant. Asumu-san told Dad about it right away, but Mom did the opposite. So she was afraid that the pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner. Apparently, Mom didn't eat much at the time, so her period was often irregular. Because of that, it took a really long time before she realized she was pregnant. When did she notice? It was after Asumu-san suddenly moved into Dad's family register. Mom learned about her pregnancy after that and plotted several times to split Asumu-san and Dad apart, but even though Asumu-san always acted like such an airhead, once she got her hands on Rudolph-san, she didn't let go. Why should I care? Please stay out of her way, she'd say. And this coming from that little girl who would curl up into a ball every time she got in the bus. At that point I realized she had been the truly cunning one. Yes, even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Rudolph-san's sympathy. My apologies. I must be boring you. Oh, no. At the very least, I wanted him to acknowledge the child I would give birth to. It seems as though Rudolph-san was prepared to do that. Made sure there was a hospital waiting for me. Even though Asumu-san was close to giving birth herself, he gallantly came to see me. Even though she was already his wife. What an awful man, really. And after that, it's a tale I can't bear even to tell. Both Asuma and I had the same delivery date. What? And yet her pregnancy had meant her marriage, where mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well and have Rudolph-san acknowledge it. The fight between Asuma-san and me ended with my loss. However, I wasn't down for the count. If I could make my child excel far more than Asuma-san's, if I could make it fully acknowledged by Rudolph-san, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed. However, that child was a stillbirth. Yeah. Asuma-san gave birth to Oni-chan, but Mom didn't give birth to anyone. Even Mom's final hope of being left a spot as Dad's second wife was destroyed. Kide had fallen from being his partner to being his second wife. And then, unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. Can't imagine how much she must have hated Asumu and that kid, Battler. And despite that, Mom was able to act in a very friendly way towards Oni-chan. It was definitely a shock for me to think that my gentle mother had held such negative emotions for Oni-chan and had managed to hide them. She must have despised Battler. Probably. If Asuma-san had had a stillbirth and Mom had given birth to Oni-chan, history might have changed in some way. Had that been the case, it seems she would have wanted to set up some scenario in which she'd make Dad divorce Asuma-san and marry her instead. Was that also written in that book where she kept her thoughts? Yeah. After all, that was just a random thought, a delusion. Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bed sheets. There's just one thing I regret. You mean pregnancy? No, it's my arrogance I regret. Rudolph-san is mine now, so I'm completely safe. I will never lose to that Asumu kid. When she was busy screaming her head off on buses and planes, I was capable of properly managing the arrangements and expenditures for them. And so, I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolph-san trusted the most. They say love needs to be nurtured, right? Yeah? That's not wrong. The two of you need to water it, care for it, and nurture it. And in the end, it will finally bear the fruit called love. Did you know? Love doesn't end when it bears fruit. If you don't harvest it as well, the romance you started with will never amount to anything. Harvest it. You need to think about that yourself, Jessica-chan. If you make it bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten. And bugs will often gather around it. In fact, sometimes thieves will come by and pluck it off the branch. Young kids like you, Jessica-chan, think that love ends with nurturing. That is naive. If you don't harvest it, you will never be rewarded for your love. Harvest love? At a glance, it may seem to be a matter just between a pair of lovers, but that isn't true. Putting off the harvest between you because you assume you can do it at any time just gives thieves a chance. What if that fruit you've worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next morning? You'll regret that you didn't choose to harvest it the previous day instead of complaining. That regret really hurts. It'll make you crawl through hell. I'm lucky. My hell ended after 18 years. So I'll never misjudge myself again. That person is mine. I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my sight. And I'm grateful to my master for giving me that chance. My certain willpower and not giving up on that man no matter what was answered with a miracle. By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even urge Kide to continue. This true form of love that Kide was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined. Right now, I would do anything to keep Rudolph's son by my side, and I will show no mercy against his enemies. If he wished it, might not even hesitate at murder. And because I finally resolved myself to doing that on the 18th year. Oh? That certain willpower brought about a miracle for me. Oh, okay. Shouldn't kill. You know, miracles only appear for those who can bring them to completion themselves. Asumu's death had not been a murder of any sort. However, Kirie had constantly cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she had built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And she actually had gotten herself a blade to do the deed with. That was when the miracle had occurred. Asumu passing away was a miracle. Wrong. That wasn't even close to a miracle. Huh? After all, if she hadn't died, I would have killed her. In other words, she was fated to die no matter what. The miracle was that, even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. That's all. Until now, Kirie had never shown Jessica. No, she had never shown Rudolph that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of the will that could make love be realized. With the force of this willpower, Kirie had supported Rudolph as a wife. It was the same as George's. He had already developed and proven that he had the willpower to oppose all obstacles to love between different classes. Right now, Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the trial. Then what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Kennen bear fruit? And to then harvest that fruit? Giggle. I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a little advice and I scared you. Giggle, giggle. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kirie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart. I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica-chan, but if you have a rival, and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent. If you do, you'll end up like me. For the sake of love, a woman should be prepared to kill at least once in her life. I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. After all, women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18 years. That hell is still filled with women who will never get out until they die, unless they execute themselves in their regret. How should I put it? I have nothing to say. Giggle. I was trying to cheer you on, but here I've gone and scared you too much. I'm truly sorry. Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly, but when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you your whole life. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Regrets from love never fade. That was all that Kirie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kirie to start telling stories from her past, stories you would normally expect her to avoid, instead of giving a brief answer. However, Kirie might have thought Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kirie had opened up and told everything because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. Okay, I need to head back soon. Let's keep what we talked about a secret, okay? What's the secret about Battler's birth? So that Kirie actually gave birth to Battler, and then Sumu was the stillbirth? With a mysterious smile on her face, Kirie turned around. So they gave Battler to Sumu, maybe? I don't know. I wonder if I scared her too much. Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning. Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late. Good luck, Jessica-chan. It sounds complicated, but don't lose. It's not every day I get to act as a mentor. What is it, Jessica-chan? Oh? Huh? A windstorm grazed Kirie's head. Oh? It had been a hair's breadth away. If Kirie hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably be buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her first strike had failed to land a kill. Just so you know, I didn't strike you unawares out of cowardice. I hope to end it with a single painless strike before you realized what was happening. Didn't I tell you that I've lived through the hell of jealousy? I've been nearly burned a couple times already. I know how it feels just before a surprise attack. You mean you could sense it? That, plus the lie you told in the beginning. A lie? Come now. If you had come from the guest house to get a book from your room, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that direction. Of the 7 reasons you might have had for lying, which chessboard theory led me to, this was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kirie would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told her that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded. Not bad. I should have expected it from you, Aunt Kirie. Why? You were planning to kill me from the beginning? Didn't matter who it was. How horrible. It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed. Thanks a lot. What? Kirie dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Normally Jessica would have hurt her hand on the wall and rolled around clutching at it in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall. Oh man. Instead of wearing a look of anguish, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. Say that you're your father's daughter. Have you taken up boxing too? Impossible. Jessica is barehanded. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. Please, don't resist, Aunt Kirie. Just one strike to the head. I won't let you feel a thing. Kirie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit her head up, probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I go. Kirie's kick off the ground and backward leap had been an instant slower, her gut would have probably been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible burst of wind, like an explosion which blew Kirie back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human. Common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Kirie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me, however. Just like you. I cannot back down. I can't let my love end half-baked either. What are you talking about? Hey, what are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! The scene around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists, and it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath their feet. It looked just like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. Mass upgrade. Armor piercing upgrade. Okay. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Those fists, which were actually smoking, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. I'm getting like flashes of Overlord. Goodbye. This is just a nightmare. Kide dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now, that was her best option. Fortunately, she was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. Renov. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier cut across the corridor. Kide slammed into it hard and realized that her path of escape had been cut off. Gah. Make this stop. I don't understand. This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Let me wake up. Quickly. Yes, this is a nightmare. If you want, I'll wake you up right now. Just one strike. Don't move. Wielding her flames, Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her. Each time her foot lifted off the floor, a scorching steam hung around her footprint. This was a true nightmare. Kide clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. It's a nightmare, right? This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please, tell me it is. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? I acknowledge it. This is a nightmare. I do too. I acknowledge that this is a nightmare. So I'll wake you up. Just one strike. Wow. Oh. Back. Jessica's neck was twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes wide, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. Yeah, what happened? In her forehead, a demon stake was buried at an angle. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood. Leviathan of Envy, right here. No way. That makes sense. I guess, man. If we're already inside a nightmare, why not have a friend from our nightmares show up? My friend from the Hell of Envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. God. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of the head. Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank, doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own hand against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to tell that she was doing this to seal up the wound. If Kide didn't escape now, there would never be another chance. Can I defeat her? No such luck. She's immortal, thanks to a contract with one of the great demons. Because of love. That's why she's immortal. Yes, love is magnificent. Those with our blessings cannot be killed. Can we break that red magic wall? Renov-sama is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do. Can we escape through the window? That was blocked by Renov-sama's barrier a while ago. Incredible. So, has she sold her soul to demons for the sake of love? How could she make so many contracts with great demons? I'm so jealous. Armor upgrade. All attribute defense. Counter-attacking armor upgrade. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with the red light. She had upgraded herself with the defensive power that would prevent Leviathan's attacks from working again. What's she talking about? Self-augmentation. It's a kind of enchantment. Right now, she has enough defensive power to stop me from piercing her. And she even has the ability to reflect that damage back upon the attacker. She's no longer human. She's a monster. Oh, so that's all. Then not much has changed. How can you say that? Just like in the very beginning, we still have no chance of winning. That hurt, but it won't work again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead. There was no longer any hole there. The hall was cut off by barriers on both sides. Even the windows were sealed. There was no way out. Is the door to this room sealed? No, it's just locked. But it's just a normal room. It does have a window, but that's already been sealed. In other words, it's a closed room and a coffin for us. A coffin is just what I need. Unlock it. I'm jealous. Or are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole to that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like. Even if you lock the door, she can just smash through it with one punch. You just put the lid on your own coffin. However, if she wants to land a killing blow on us inside this coffin, she'll have to take the lid off first. With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kirie's words. What are you talking about? How will such a small room be able to protect you, Aunt Kirie? This room may be a closed room. It may leave us with no method of escape. However, even you can't break into this room. That's what a closed room is. What are you talking about? How does this tiny room, with its tiny door, make you think you can escape me? Jessica warily looked between her own burning fists and the door with a confused expression on her face. Then slowly, she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing blow. I'll smash this door to bits. We think you can. Give it a try. Kirie! After slamming the door and calmly saying those words, Kirie placed a single index finger on the door. Jessica slowly raised her fire-breathed demon's fist. So long, Aunt Kirie. Kirie! Oh? Jessica's fist slammed to the door in slow motion. It was like a decisive scene in the movie was being acted out. However, this was no act. Jessica's fists were slowing down as though they were being sucked in, like a spoon sinks through a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock. I envy you. Envy? I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivety in love. So I envy you. You're going to remember my warning. Succeed in love and walk a beautiful life, right? Huh. I envy you. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door. Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade. It's useless, girl. Smash it. With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. 2 times 365 equals 730 days. 730 times 24 equals 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. Shannon shipped on about 3 days of a week, divided by 7 times 3. And it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, right? So only 1/24 of each day. 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312, removing the fractional part. The number of hours that Kiria had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, this wasn't even 0.2%, 0.2% of the time Kiria had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers per hour, the speed of sound becomes only 2.45 kilometers per hour in the 1/500 world. It's ridiculous. Understand? You're lacking in both love and jealousy. Even if she increased the speed of her fist, in Kirie's world, Jessica couldn't make it any faster than a walking child. Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kirie was holding it shut with a single finger. Way to go, Kirie! See? This room is a closed room. At most, Jessica-chan can knock on the door, but she can't lay a finger on its inside. Ah, Beatrice's definition of a closed room. What the heck is that? At this rate, this closed room will be troublesome indeed. It is impossible for a human to carry out a closed room murder. Only magic can do that. Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to crush it. Jessica-chan can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned, and they'll start searching the mansion. Then you will be observed. Both witches and magic disappear when they're observed. The nightmare is already over, girl. Damn it. Oh? I can't believe that Jessica's suddenly getting eliminated. Oh, please give it your all. Do it for your beloved canon. Come, Jessica. Believe in love and show us a miracle. I revised that. There isn't even any need to wait for time to pass. After all, there's an internal phone line right here. Of course, the line hasn't been cut. I'll just pick up this receiver. This is my checkmate. Construction completed. Closed room murder. My. I do believe that's valid. Permeation upgrade. Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. Huh? Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red, and then white hot. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder extended within the closed room. Through the crack in the door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, she could tell the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Gah. Kirie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kirie danced the dance of death amidst the hellfire. Fell to her knees and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fists away from the door. This is cheating. If you love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of envy. For all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from envy. However, it's nothing to be praised, and going through it is no one's duty. It seems you're too proud after all, Aunt Kirie. It's fine, it's magic. A splendid closed-room murder. I'll let you take care of the mess. I'd hate for her corpse to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. Do you think you can clean it up? As you wish, milady. Renaud transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kirie's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Jessica finally let out the breath that she had been holding down in her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she'd done, even if it had just been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is that good enough, demons? Yes, well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. George welcomed Jessica with a crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at her. She stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to look so sad about it. I know that logically, but still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally? Milady. Canon-kun, I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown you how I feel. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I? Milady. As Jessica started to sob, Canon held her quietly. He realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him. He didn't make any mistakes, and it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just have to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. Not everyone can match up to George Sama's level. But, in any event, you have completed your trial, milady. Well done. I admire the strength of your determination. I see. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. That closed-room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica had used magic to kill Kirie, who had holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a closed-room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. Your 2 trials have been completed. So then, who will take the next challenge? Okay. So then, who will take the next challenge? Will it be Beatrice-sama? No, it might be Shannon. No, this has to be Cannon's time to shine. Oh, so all of them have to do it. Okay. How does that work with 6 bodies, though? Does Battler kill one? Come, speak up. Who is next? Who will take the next trial? What witch would hesitate at committing murder on the game board? Even shyness can kill love. Alright, who will carry out the next murder of love? The 3 who remained looked at each other. If none of the others raised their hands in the next few seconds, they would raise their own hand. All 3 thought this at the same time. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. Okay. That's probably a good stopping point. It's 12... 12? 12? Really? Who's gonna kill next? Did they save Beato for last? No, right? But I wonder. Or maybe it's just they don't care about the ceremony anymore. Because, I mean, it was 5 deaths. Was it 5? No, it was 6, right? It was just Hideyoshi was the one that was left out. I don't know how it works. Anyways, yeah, let's go do it. Let's save. Who is it? Go back. Oh, that's a comment. Zepar. Zepar is the one that I like of the two. Actually, I should save over this. Yeah, there we go. And this will be the next save file. Cool, cool. And that'll do it for me. I don't know what time we'll be back. If anything, like recent habits, probably midnight. But we'll see. Is there any shoutouts? Why does Streamlabs keep like defaulting? It's weird. No shoutouts. No one else is long. It's fine. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Catch y'all later. Have a good one. And boy.